education is not forthcoming. In order to thrive and enjoy our greatest potential as human beings, we should enjoy all our rights, and education is one of those that are key and important. So this emphasizes the issue of interlinkage of rights, which is particularly important as we work towards achieving a middle income status, as outlined in our National Development Plan 3. Let me make the quotation. Let me quote from John F. Kennedy. Kennedy was one of the most famous US presidents, assassinated, was it 1962, Arthur? You're the one who was a general, okay. Former president of the United States. He's quoted to have said, "Not everyone has equal abilities, but everyone should have equal opportunity. We are not the same, but we should be given the same opportunity to achieve to our greatest potential, whatever our potential is. Not everyone has equal abilities, but everyone should have equal opportunity." It is difficult in the world today to have equal opportunities if one lacks a substantial level of education. And I think we are seeing this increasingly. In the days of our parents, even in our own days, I'm not too young, you could come from Boroboro Secondary School, Nyamitanga, and wherever else, Moroto, and come to Mackay University, which was the only university then. So there was equal opportunity. But right now, if you're not in Kampala Parents and Hillside Academy, it is unlikely that you'll be able to make it to Gayaza High School. Am I right? Actually, it is unlikely that you'll be able to make it to the Makerere University School of Law if you have not come from Che Secondary. That is why for us at the School of Law, we have the pre-entry exam to try and say, no, we want equal opportunity. That people have various capacities and we want to sieve these out, no matter where you're coming from. And therefore, as academia, our role in providing quality education contributes to the overall enjoyment of other rights and freedoms and overall development of the country, because education is key and it contributes, because all human rights are interlinked. And that is why academic freedom and autonomy are offered protection at a higher degree than other forms of expression for both the perceived quality. Education is important for its quality of contribution to public debate. It's only those who are informed that can really contribute to debate, and the quality of the opinions. And of course, we undertake research as part of education. Academia has a social function through research to contribute to the progression of knowledge and learning. And in so doing, protecting the interests of vulnerable members of society, such as those affected by the lack of education. This conference, ladies and gentlemen, that we are attending today is a form of education. So we must all look at it in that form, that we are all learning. Let us take away something from it today. It is an academic exercise through which the university is fulfilling its public role of social development, because it involves a process of flagging. We are going to flag and discuss key human rights issues that are important for development, and in this case, of course, focusing on education. I'm happy to see a cross-section of participants in the room this morning, because I believe that the topic for discussion today, education, requires the efforts of many hands. It requires the efforts of many voices. What is the quality of education we're offering at nursery schools? Professor Chris, you said that I think it was Arthur, that you had prep in P4. Why must a 10-year-old have prep? When you study up to 4, then you have some PE, then at night you go and sleep early at 8. What is the quality of education? Why must we go on the streets at 4 a.m. and we see our learners walking to school? What is our role? What are we doing about that? I hope that the discussions today will trigger debate and information to guide policymakers, especially those from government, National Development Authority, National Planning Authority, on how to enhance quality education in the country. Thank you very much for supporting us, NPA, in this conference. As I wind up, as the School of Law, Makerere University, I'd like to thank PILAC, the Public Interest Law Clinic, your team, Professor Christopher Mbazira, and all the other conveners for this initiative. Makerere University is not just the ivory tower. We are that university that aspires to go out to the community and demystify education and make the learned person relevant to the community. And that is why for us at Makerere University School of Law, our law students go to the community and they do legal aid. You know, there used to be a phobia about Makerere University, those gates. Those gates are not easy to come into. People are scared of coming into Makerere University. So we have people in Katanga, in Chikoni. They're like, no, that is the hill of the land. But we want to demystify this. And that is why we go out to do community work. And that is why we do this kind of conferences, so that we engage everybody in the discussion on economic, social, and cultural rights. And such interventions, of course, you agree with me, they keep Makerere ahead. Makerere #1. I think we deserve to clap to that, really. Thank you very much, PILAC. Thank you to all the other partners and conveners. And thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, Professor Henry Alinitwe, for gracing this occasion. We know that we can always bank on you for your support. Thank you for listening to me. I now have the privilege and honor to invite the Vice Chancellor, represented by Professor Henry Alinitwe, DVC, F&A, to give his remarks and officially open this year's conference. Vice Chancellor, sir.
Thank you very much, my colleague, Professor Zahara Nampeo, the Principal of School of Law. The person representing the Executive Director of National Planning Authority, the Principal School of Law, the Principal Emeritus, if I'm allowed to say so, Professor Mbazira, the council members who are here. I saw my colleague Diana, who is she? Atenyi, maybe she has moved out. But there are council members here as well, members of Senate, professors and academics here, the stakeholders in the industry, the educators, people serving at various institutions related to the theme of today, students, ladies and gentlemen. My name, as I've already been introduced, is Henry Alinitwe, and I'm representing the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, whom you all know. He's out of the country on other duties. So I'm here to represent his office. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the school and the fraternity here for holding this series of conferences. I think let's clap for ourselves. That we can now count up to the 10th conference in a row. We thank the School of Law for this initiative, and of course the funders, the people who have provided resources along the way, and also the participants who have consistently attended these conferences. We also want to thank the government for a conducive environment, because without that environment, then we wouldn't be meeting. You've heard Professor Mbazira talking about the coups and the instability in other countries, but in Uganda, for now, we're enjoying a good and peaceful environment. So we thank government also for the support. Makerere University is a government-funded university, and so we get a lot of support from government, both in terms of physical infrastructure, salaries, and other requirements that are required to run an institution like this one. I want also to start to give a quote, which we all know, and it's by Derek Bock, who was the president of Harvard University. And he said that if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. If you think education is expensive, try ignorance. I think we need to reflect on that in the context of today's discussion. Now, we had COVID, as the person who received us was saying, and we all know it had a big impact on our education system. At that time, 15 million learners were out of school, out of business. And like he said, there were effects because of that. And one of the pronounced ones was the issue of teenage pregnancies. And you start wondering, I mean, how human beings can behave when they are idle. At times, police say, when you are idle and disorderly, then you should be arrested. But I think many Ugandans were also idle and they ended up misbehaving in that way. How can you impregnate a girl who is just 12, 13 years? So, education, therefore, provides a good platform for us to engage, to learn, but also keep ourselves or protect ourselves from those vices. Professor Zahara Nampe was talking about how education was in those days. I'm slightly older than Zahara, a few years older. But I remember also, and I come from very far. In terms of remoteness, I'm from one of the most villages in Uganda. Because from my home to another country, if you measure remoteness by proximity to another country, and therefore far from Kampala, my home is only about 3-4 kilometers from the border. So therefore, I'm from a very remote area. But those days, government schools were doing very well. I came from a government aided school. Those days, private schools were very few. And but even government schools were doing very, very well. You remember the days of Chitante, Shimoni, so that was the time. And those days, also, there were scholarships and bursaries. In a secondary school, we were paying 650 shillings per annum. Don't ask me when. But I'm sure some of you will possibly relate. It was standard, 650 shillings per annum. Not per month, per term, but per annum. And even then, there were scholarships, there were bursaries, and all of us were doing well. That's why we are able to come from those remote areas and join this great institution. Professor Mbazira has talked about a number of issues. Within this context, there are political issues, there are governance issues, there are social issues, of course, like the issue of COVID-19 and other things, economic. Now, if you look at the economic front, again, you look at the cost of education, since that's a theme, you realize that quite a number of our parents may not afford those high fees. But at times also, since we are represented from the schools, at times the schools also hike fees unnecessarily. And there's a lot of duplication for various reasons. I also support someone at secondary school, some kids at secondary school. And just this week I was buying them things to take back to school. And realize they're asking for 250,000 for snacks. They say this is for snacks, and you pay it at the school. But at the same time, they give you a long list of things to buy, including soap, including biscuits. So all those have to be bought, and then you also have 250,000 for snacks. And now I was asking, if I'm already paying for snacks, now why all these? So I think members, let's also reflect on how we should be doing things. Let's do things properly without overcharging. Countries that have developed, I mean, we normally hear the case of South Korea. as a good example. And even at the highest level, we like comparing ourselves with South Korea. South Korea is a country, in terms of geographical size, it's less than Uganda, less than the size of Uganda. In terms of natural resources, Uganda is far richer. But I mean, Korea is largely a rock. But the good thing, what they have done is that on their rock, they have planted trees all over. But also they have educated their people. And that is the biggest asset that they have. So you can see, at the time of independence, we were normally told we're at the same level in terms of GDP per capita. But now, if you want to see the GDP of South Korea from Uganda, you have to stand on Mount Rwenzori to be able to see where they are in terms of development. So I think we need to really work on this, on the issue of education of our population. Because the size of, the skills that people have, the level of education matter a lot. But also the percentage of people who are skilled and educated also matters a lot. In those countries, you find that almost everybody is educated and they are skilled. Here in Uganda, just a certain percentage is educated, but also quite a number are not skilled. So therefore, we need to change the way we are doing things. Mine was to give some remarks on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, which I've done, and also to thank the stakeholders, the organizers, the conveners, the School of Law, National Planning Authority. National Planning Authority, what I can say is the population of Uganda is increasing at a high rate. Actually, one of the highest population growing countries in the world. But the growth of the country is not commensurate with the population growth. So as you plan, I don't know, I think it's a difficult question. It's like, I remember when we were in primary school, they used to give us a question. If a frog jumps 3 steps and then goes back 5 steps, how is it growing? So it's the same with Uganda. We have a high population growth rate. So whatever we're trying to do, we try, but then you find that net, we're still below the past standard. So I think as you plan, National Planning Authority, bear that in mind. Of course, some countries have used drastic measures, like China. China had to put a cap on production for some time. Now I understand they have relaxed a bit after getting that high growth. But we need to find ways of... I know, of course, economists will argue that we need a big population to be able to provide the market. But the growth should be commensurate with the economic growth as well. So I want to thank you. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the educators who are here for the services you render to our children. But let's do much more in order to develop our country. Makerere will always provide a platform for such engagements. That's why we're here. And as the motto says, we build for the future. I thank you and I welcome you to Makerere. And with that, I want to officially open the conference. Thank you very much.
That hand clap was for the MC. Could we appreciate the Deputy Vice Chancellor? Thank you, Professor, and thank you, Makerere University, for having us in this. I picked one thing from the little that he said, that Dr. Zahara is not so younger than him. So if for him it was 650 shillings per annum, then most likely for Dr. Zahara it was 651 shillings per annum. But she currently superintends over a school of education, the School of Law, that will charge almost 10 million shillings per annum for the law course. And so we need to rethink our cost to education. Thank you so much. We appreciate that address, Deputy Vice Chancellor. As Professor did stand here, he gave a quick snapshot of what the 10 years have been like, and the organizers have been gracious enough to put together a short video to tell our 10-year journey. So if you've not been here for the last 10 years, you have an opportunity to see Jetuvude. Can we have that video? Thank you.
We started this conference, the annual National Conference on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in 2014 as a gathering that would discuss economic and social rights holistically, to bring in as many stakeholders as possible, especially ordinary people, to be able to discuss national issues.
We then thought through the best way, the best strategy to popularize these rights. And then we came up with the conference and said, why don't we call all stakeholders together, including government, including CSO actors, including academia and the general public, for them to understand, so that we start conversations around the importance of these rights. And when we put word out there, so many partners expressed interest, including international agencies. Like I remember the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, or UN Human Rights, expressed interest.
Initially, it was the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights, ISA, the Public Interest Law Clinic of the School of Law, Makerere University, Center for Health, Human Rights and Development, and then HURINET, the Human Rights Network. But along the way, there are a number of partners that came on board, including the Uganda Human Rights Commission and the Equal Opportunities Commission. But also, depending on the theme, there are other partners from civil society that came on board to be part of this convening.
The Commission decided to partner with the civil society organizations, the academia, and other community-based organizations to push the cause for economic, social and cultural rights. And this is important because government can't be everywhere. Civil society can't do it alone. The academia can't do it alone. The National Human Rights Institution, that is Uganda Human Rights Commission, cannot do it alone.
To be able to do this, we thought that we would be in an open place. And for many years, we've had this conference at Makerere University, where there are no restrictions around participation. As
far as possible, it has been inclusive, because when you are talking about socio-economic cultural rights, you are talking about nearly everybody. The conference has endeavored to bring on board women, persons with disabilities, young people, older persons, children, and sometimes it depends on the theme of the conference.
Over the years, the themes for the conference have been carefully selected and discussed with the organizers to look at contemporary issues, what is happening at the time.
During the conferences, the different conferences that we have had over the years on economic, social and cultural rights, we have discussed a number of pertinent issues, ranging from access to water, the level of schools, the quality of schools, the affordability, accessibility, acceptability. We have challenged ourselves on where we should go and what we should target.
The other themes that we've had, at some point, we're looking at business and human rights, because we're looking at the impact of businesses. Uganda is a private sector-led economy. There was a discovery of oil. And so we knew that it was a timely moment, for instance, in 2016, to discuss issues around business and human rights.
UCCA as a membership works successively over the years to ensure that the conversation of corporate accountability is at the center of designing the theme of the annual conference on economic, social and cultural rights. So on the part of policy, we have worked so hard to see to it that we direct policymakers to the need to have a robust legal and policy framework to regulate activities of business enterprises, to ensure that the rights of the communities hosting them, the people employed by them, and those in the value chains are not abused.
In terms of impact, I think that the conference has done a good job in terms of raising awareness. When we started, very few people understood the concept of economic and social rights. But over the years and through the different things, the conference breaking down this information, people are able to relate to the things. And I'll give you some examples. For instance, when we had the conference on business and human rights, and people were able to understand what is it with businesses and my rights or community rights.
Its baseline study, the State of Corporate Accountability in Uganda, was launched on the 3rd annual conference on economic, social and cultural rights, whose theme was around issues of business and human rights in Uganda, looking at accountability and corporate social responsibility. That was when the Uganda Consortium on Corporate Accountability came on the scene, the national scene.
This conference helps us discuss some of these, where we're all sharing experiences, and we as human rights defenders are able to tell who is doing what and what are we learning and how can we join synergies to improve the status quo.
A sizable number of civil society organizations, a sizable number of researchers, a sizable number of lawyers are now talking about these rights. So that has arisen, among others, from the work that we've done, popularizing the rights through the conferences that we've had. As of last year, we had 9 conferences. This year, we are having the 10th edition. So that has been a very, very big achievement.
When we started the conference, many people did not understand the concept of economic, social and cultural rights. And also note that our biggest impact is this conference raising awareness around this issue. So we believe that going forward, we have to put our energies on building movements, social movements, to claim what is due to us.
Wow.
We would like to thank our development partners, Makerere University, civil society organizations, local governments, community members, government ministries, departments and agencies for the support given over the years to the organization of the annual National Conference on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights.
Yes, those are a whole 10 years journey. What an incredible story. I don't know how many of us saw the good Professor Christopher Mbazira at the beginning of the conference. The one thing the 10 years have done for him is to give him gray hair. And so if Ghana is to receive, it will receive gray what? Gray hair. Friends, yes. Human capital development. Human capital development, the cost of education in the era of the National Development Plan, NDP 3. Just quickly, before I invite our keynote. At the beginning of 2023, in the Daily Monitor of 10th January, Awan Samuel Opio Achuti wrote, "Secondary education will become a luxury good if fees is not regulated." Fast forward, last week, the Minister of Education appears in Parliament and says, I quote, Minister Muyingo, there will be no policy to regulate school fees. Fast forward, this week, Monday, if you are on Twitter or X, we have hashtag Uganda Education Exhibition. And then today's hashtag is the ESCR UG 23. In short, education and the cost to education is something that is trading. I don't know whether it is trading for good reasons or for bad reasons. But we're glad that the conveners thought it important that we come and discuss the cost of education. We are more privileged to have Mr. Kasule Samuel, who is a senior planner, education and skills development at the National Planning Authority. Can we put our hands together to welcome Mr. Kasule Samuel, who is standing in for the Executive Director of National Planning Authority. For somebody who is coming to give a key address, it needs a big motivation.
Thank you, moderator. The representative of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Engineer Henry Alinaitri, the Principal, School of Law, the Coordinator at PILAC, School of Law, Makerere University. It is a great honor for me to be here to represent the Executive Director of the National Planning Authority. And on that account, I bring you hearty greetings from the Executive Director, who has not made us, who has not made it here because of the commitments yesterday, but also official commitments this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, I'm Kasule Samuel, the Senior Planner Education and Skills Development at the National Planning Authority. First, I must say that this paper that I'm presenting has been conceptualized and guided by the Executive Director. So it is the paper of the Executive Director, and I'm just a vessel being sent to communicate his message. By the way, yesterday I was attending an event where we were celebrating the 9th anniversary. And here today, I'm celebrating the 10th anniversary. Yes, it is the 10th anniversary of our conferences. And on that account, the 10-year journey is not an easy journey. So let me add to the previous speakers to celebrate and congratulate for the attainment of the 10 years. I've been watching the video and I was seeing some faces that we don't see today. So being able to be part of this celebration, it is something that is worth indeed honoring. Therefore, I congratulate all of you for reaching the 10th anniversary. I also want to thank the organizers of the event for this important discussion. And most particularly, I also thank you for inviting the Executive Director to present on human capital development, the cost of education in the era of the National Development Plan 3. No doubt, like the previous speakers have said, we value and treasure and understand the importance, the significance, the value of education in the country's economic development. We know that well-educated, skilled human resources are essential to facilitate Uganda's socio-economic transformation, since the availability of appropriate, mark my words, appropriate and adequate human capital facilitates increases in production, productivity, and technological growth. The DFC has been talking about our growth rates not commensurate with the population growth rate. It therefore shows that human capital, even from the economic theories, human capital is fundamental in driving growth, productivity, and technological growth. Therefore, the discussion on the cost of education in the era of the NDP is very essential and critical, especially at the time when the country now needs to accelerate. We need to accelerate. We take note of those issues, but we need now to accelerate the attainment of key development targets. The topic is underpinned in the era of the NDP 3. But allow me to go beyond the era of NDP 3 and inform you when we started the era of national development planning. Because national development planning was started to achieve the Uganda Vision 2040. So discussing the cost of education within the era of NDP 3 is not sufficient. So I will extend my discussion beyond NDP 3 to broaden it further, the planning cycle of achieving the Uganda Vision 2040. In 2007, Cabinet approved what we call the Comprehensive National Development Planning Framework. This framework articulates that the country should achieve the Uganda Vision 2040. How many know the vision? If you can state the vision correctly. Arthur, where is Arthur? Arthur? Okay, he has gone. The Vision 20? The vision statement. Achieving middle income status. Okay, another one. Okay, our vision is clear that we want to achieve a transformed Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country. We want to transform from a peasant to a modern and prosperous country within 30 years. Within that, we are supposed to implement 6 national development plans. So far, we have implemented, and we are in the process of developing the 4th national development plan. Now, as we approach the end of the NDP 3, this is an important era. Why? The next planning era will be the midpoint of the Uganda Vision 2040. The next 5 years will be the last 5 years to achieve the sustainable development goals. That has implications. What do we need to do? First, as a country, we need to achieve sustained high economic growth rates as a basis for a qualitative leap. The DFC has said we are not growing as much as we should be growing. We need to grow faster. A qualitative leap, if you have listened to the president, he requires that we should be growing double-digit growth rates, 10% and above. Nevertheless, the economy, despite the effects of COVID-19, despite the effects of inflation from the war of Russia and the like, the economy is recovering. Last year, as you are aware, were able to grow at about 4.5%, and the economy is projected to further expand by a growth rate of 5.5%. So we are there, but we need to achieve sustained high economic growth rates. But also, what is important is the fiscal space has reduced. The fiscal space has reduced. We have a budget of about, this current budget of about, running budget of about 52 trillion. If you remove the interest payments and you remove the statutory commitments that government has to make of the budget of 52 trillion, you remain with a fiscal space that is very marginal for you to be able to, implement different programs. So the fiscal space is constrained. Therefore, it requires that we innovatively improve domestic revenue mobilization efforts to be able to finance, including the human capital development programs in a resource-constrained environment. Also critical for costs of education is to reduce poverty, improve household incomes, and enhance wealth creation. You can't discuss costs of education without increasing household income. Because when you do that, you'll be increasing what we call the willingness to pay, or the ability to pay, or what we call the effective demand. So when households have incomes, then they will be able to demand for education. So the demand for education will as well increase. This also is happening in the need to promote value addition. Most importantly for universities, it's also happening in the era where we are now focusing on building a knowledge-based economy. Building a knowledge-based economy. Ultimately, it is important that the country remains to focus on accelerating the catch-up towards the achievement of the Vision 2040 development results. Briefly now, let me talk about human capital development in the era of NDP3. Human capital development has featured prominently as a key fundamental that must be strengthened to harness the opportunities in the NDP era. The opportunities include agriculture, ICT, and the like. So human capital development is one of the fundamentals that we identify to be able to exploit the abundant opportunities that the country has. And that it is an NDP3 program that has several development results. For instance, increasing the proportion of the labor force transitioning into decent employment. And we plan to increase it from 34.5% to 55%. Decent employment. Also, increasing the ratio of science and technology graduates to arts graduates from 2.5 to 3.5. But also increasing the average years of schooling. The average years of schooling from 6.1 years to 11 years. We want that each Ugandan, at least they have studied up to senior 4. Complete P7, 7 years, then go do lower secondary, the 4 years, the 11 years of schooling. But most importantly, if you bring in the issues of quality, then we want to increase the adjusted, the learning adjusted years of schooling from 4.5 to 7 years. You find that not everyone who completes the 7 years, they have actually completed the 7 years of real learning. without learning loss or without learning poverty. That anyone who completes primary, they should be able to read and write. They should be able to have the competences in numeracy and literacy. So when we say they have completed 7 years, indeed they must have completed the 7 years. So that's why we adjust the years of schooling to bring in the component of learning. But also reducing repetition, reducing dropouts, in other words, improving survival rates at primary level, increasing access at secondary level and BTVET level. Now, those targets of the NDP3 have implications on the costs of education. In other words, I'm going to be using the two words to be synonymous. From a policy angle, I want to relate the costs of education with the financing of education because they are synonymous. So my discussion will seem to be mixing the two, but I'm considering them to be synonymous. In light of the above targets, we must say that given the constrained resources that are available, we are at crossroads. Crossroads in two ways. First, which level of education should we finance? Should we finance publicly primary, secondary, TVET, university? Should all those levels be free? What we call the democratization of education financing. Remember, you are having a resource constraint. Should we prioritize primary, secondary, higher education? Which sector or level should we prioritize? The second, which is elaborated in what we call the iron triangle. Now, this iron triangle presents a relationship between three items or aspects that we must make a trade-off. As you discuss cost, you can't forget access. You can't forget quality. For instance, at primary, with the introduction of UPE, we have been able to improve access. The enrollment levels have tremendously increased, and government is commended for that policy action. However, as we discuss quality, quality comes with a cost. For instance, if quality requires that you are supposed to meet the required pupil-teacher ratio of a standard of, say, 50, then you must invest in construction of classrooms to be able to meet that standard of 50 students or pupils in a classroom. So quality comes with a cost. So the iron triangle will elaborate the trade-off between access, cost, and quality. But now let me delve in specific theoretical perspectives that underpin the discussion of cost of education. One theory is the principal agents theory. Being an academic environment, I know majority of us have come across the thing called principal agents. That there is a principal who has objectives that are supposed to be met by the agent. In the context of education, the principals are the government who pay the cost, and the parents, the development partners, the industry practitioners, among others. The agents are the education institutions. But let me ask these fundamental questions. Do education institutions understand the objectives of the principles as we speak about costs? Are education institutions aligned to the goals, visions, and objectives of the principles? And are they training in line with the required skills that the country requires or needs? Those are questions for us. The other theory I want to speak about is the human capital theory. And this one says that individuals invest in anticipation of a return. In anticipation of a return. Parents invested in us in anticipation that there will be a return out of the education that they invested in us. So as they invest, they incur particular costs to meet the education investment. So there can never be increased investment without increased return. If the parents educate 10 pupils or 10 students or children or whatever, and those 10 children fail to get jobs or they fail to be productive at the end of the education cycle, they will never be returned. And that is one way or the other. Despite education being a right, now we are speaking education as an investment. So it's important that we link productivity to financing the costs of education. The DFC, I think it was Professor Mbazila, who talked about the productivity or the effectiveness of institutions of higher learning to be able to produce graduates that can be easily absorbed into the labor market. He asked, what kinds of graduates are we sending in the labor market? Because these kinds of graduates must be able to be productive. Thirdly, which is critical as well, theory is the political economy theory. And this one, it's about balancing the political and economic factors in shaping financing or costs of education. In other words, where the government prioritizes education, then we see more increased financing. So where the politics of the day is in favor of education, then we see increased financing. But also on the side of the social system, where the parents are committed to their children's education, then many of those will make sure that they try to cover the costs of education. So the system must ensure that education is adequately financed on the political side and economic side. We must be able to raise enough resources to be able to cover the costs of education. Now, lastly, I will talk about the resource dependency, and it's about how institutions acquire and manage resources. There are keywords there: acquire and manage resources. Also, education institutions have the liberty and mandate to diversify. Even if we are talking about universities, they have the liberty to diversify the resource envelope by looking through other alternative sources of financing. Lastly, I'll discuss two. One that says that education is a merit good with both public and private benefits, and therefore both the public and the private have a role to play to cover some of the costs. If government in the UPE says we are going to pay teachers, we are going to build classrooms, then parents as well have an obligation, as well articulated in the Education Act of 2008. And the Education Act, by the way, is very clear because it has the role of government, it has the role of the students, because also the students have a role to study and learn and pass, and not to waste resources by repeating, because that is wastage of resources on the side of government. But also parents have a role to play. So because education is a merit good, so it requires the involvement of public, but also the involvement of private. That's why we see private contributions are increasingly as well, growing towards education. But also the last one, which I can't leave out, is the marketization theory. And the marketization theory is one that the economy is liberalized. Why regulate? Why regulate? The economy is liberalized. Marketization theory. So, with this one, institutions compete. It's about competition. It's about competition. But importantly, this marketization theory underscores the need to improve performance-driven and efficient mechanisms. The schools that are paying the amount of money people think is expensive, they are one of the most efficient. For me, before I want to discuss questions of how the costs are expensive, let me first discuss how efficient are these institutions. How efficient is the system? How efficient is? We can't assume that unit costs should be the same. Unit costs should be different. They are different because the goals sometimes of the institutions are different. The goal of an education institution A is different to the goal of another institution. So unit costs we should not assume that unit costs are the same. But also they differ according to location. A school in Kampala can't have the same unit cost with a school in another place. Because the unit cost in that education production function, they are different. One, because depending on where they get materials, they get the cost of the inputs is not the same. Let's not assume that the cost is the same. Otherwise, we are lying ourselves and we'll come up with something that will not be working. Key things to note from the theories are presented. One, that students or the agents, whether the principals, are potentially well informed. And they are able to make choices. Parents know. They know which school has the best performance-driven mechanisms. They know which school has good behaviors. They know which school has good systems. So they are well-informed decision makers. But also, given that education is a public and private good, not many of the students or pupils or learners are able to pay, and therefore requires well-designed policies to meet the needs of those students that are not able to pay. Policies like UPE, policies like the student loan schemes, policies like the scholarships, and the like. Now, in light of the above discussion, there are key aspects that are critical for costs of education, and in particular education financing, which you can't leave out when you're discussing this important topic. One, costs affect equity. So we should make sure that, on the other hand, costs are not a deterrent to access. Costs should not be a deterrent to access. Issues of equality, issues of efficiency, how well are the institutions using the resources that they collect? Costs should support diversity, irrespective of your background, where you come from. You should be able to receive the education services. But most importantly, education costs should be able to cover quality control. Quality. Many of the times, we're only looking at the services within the learning environment. Students are learning, but we forget the issue of quality assurance, issues of inspection. All of those are supposed to be embedded in the costs of education. Now, I want to show you that the costs of education in the NDP era are enormous. Remember, I told you I have to balance access, I have to balance quality, also have to balance cost. Let's assume that government is to provide free education. Let's take that policy action. Free education at primary, secondary, TVET, even at higher universities. Free. Such a policy action definitely will improve several education outcomes. But as I said, it comes with a cost. For instance, such a policy action would require to increase the capitation grant per pupil per year from about 14,000 to about 63,546 shillings per student to provide quality education. You see the cost that you have to match your capitation grant to meet the cost. Now for lower secondary, the capitation probably to increase from about 170,000 to about 532,000 Uganda shillings. And for upper secondary, the capitation, now we are just looking at just capitation grants, to increase from about 255,000 to 800,085. That's the cost. This, therefore, would require that we spend 7% of the education financing as a percentage of GDP to reach 7% from the current about 2.5. That out of your gross domestic product, the GDP, you must have about 7% to cover those costs. Let me give you another policy action. Government to institute school feeding in primary schools. We can estimate, or we estimated that this can cost about a unit daily cost of 1,220 shillings per student per day, daily cost to cover school feeding. Overall, this translates to about 1.7 trillion annual expenditure on school feeding. You see the cost? Therefore, there are costs for expansion. But on the other hand, there are also benefits for expansion. Despite the cost of school feeding, there are multiplier benefits. on the side of agriculture, because you'll be able to increase agriculture to support. I mean, these schools will be using, or getting off those agricultural products, food products for school feeding. Nevertheless, the cost, there are some benefits. In light of the above, indeed the costs are enormous. So what should government do? I'll conclude with key policy recommendations. One, we need to prioritize financing and implement economy-wide productivity. Because when the economy is productive, you'll be able to create jobs. And when you create jobs, you are able to offer the return that I mentioned earlier on. The return. Secondly, prioritize public financing to primary. Given the resource constraints, we prioritize, ensure quality improvements at primary and secondary subsectors. Because remember, our targets ensure that people have at least 11 years of schooling, quality years of schooling. And for other sectors like TVET, we can operationalize the TVET Act of 2008 that says that we have a TVET levy. A TVET levy. It's one of the other alternative sources of financing. And also for higher education, we think that government should create a higher education financing fund. Many of you save in these insurance companies. Jubilee, those insurance companies, you save there, and then your children will be later paid when they're in universities. We can create a similar model where parents can save for the education of for the future education of their children through that fund. But also, it's important that we link financing to those skills, scarce skills that the economy requires. And also encourage institutions of learning to mobilize resources from other sources. For instance, universities can mobilize alternative financing from alumni bodies. Schools can mobilize more financing from OBs, OGs, whatever. Yeah? Alternative sources of financing, given the constraint budget. Then improving the management, the allocation, and usage of resources also is important. As I conclude, despite the enormous resources, we must make a trade-off. What should we do first? What sector should we focus on to be able to ensure a trade-off of access, quality, and the cost? Institutions of higher learning must be able to improve the training to be able to produce knowledgeable and skilled graduates, because the sustainability of the financing, especially at the higher level, given the return of the graduates, is dependent on how they are trained. If you train someone and they're able to secure a very good job, then they will even sponsor more. That is the sustainability of financing. You can't detach financing from productivity of the graduates and the training. So the training must ensure that the graduates are productive, but also cover quality assurance costs. And lastly, gain from internal efficient interventions or mechanisms. There are cost savings that can be achieved through internal efficiency management. For instance, at university, you can reduce the costs by weave ranging technology. Weave ranging technology alone can offer you cost savings. On that account, I want to thank you so much for listening and for the opportunity to present the remarks and the keynote of the Executive Director. Thank you so much.
Another hand clap for Mr. Kasule here. Indeed, he is spoken as a senior planner, education and skills development. So what do we do? Especially when the costs are what? Are inevitable, and yet we want quality. Do we just go and take our tea and lunch and go home? Well, our tea is served and we are going to take off 15 minutes. I hope you've received the coupon. But remember, Dr. Zahara told us all of us do not have equal talent, but all of us should have an equal opportunity to develop the what? The talent. So as we go to eat, let's ensure that each one of us has opportunity to access that. And when we return, we shall have a panel discussion of the keynote, and then also have an interaction on the keynote address. The 15 minutes begin now. I know we have ushers who are going to direct us on who moves out, because we have a very tiny space. So could we kindly retain our seats until Nikita has picked us? Thank you. In the meantime, I'll request the technical team to replay that 10-year journey, especially for our friends that are hard of hearing, so they're able to have that the video and the text do flow. A reminder, our hashtag is hashtag ESCRUG2023. Kindly use the hashtag tweet or X such that we spread the message, the cost of education and human capital development. Thank you.
We started this conference, the annual National Conference on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, in 2014 as a gathering that would discuss economic and social rights holistically, to bring in as many stakeholders as possible, especially ordinary people, to be able to social rights holistically, to bring in as many stakeholders as possible, especially ordinary people, to be able to discuss national issues.
We then thought through the best way, the best strategy to popularize these rights. And then we came up with the conference and said, why don't we call all stakeholders together, including government, including CSO actors, including academia and the general public, for them to understand, so that we start conversations around the importance of these rights. And when we put word out there, so many partners expressed interest, including international agencies. Like I remember the United Nations Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, or UN Human Rights, expressed interest.
Initially, it was the Initiative for Social and Economic Rights, ISA, the Public Interest Law Clinic of the School of Law, Makerere University, Center for Health, Human Rights and Development, and then HURINET, the Human Rights Network. But along the way, there are a number of partners that came on board, including the Uganda Human Rights Commission and the Equal Opportunities Commission. But also, depending on the theme, there are other partners from civil society that came on board to be part of this convening.
The Commission decided to partner with the civil society organizations, the academia, and other community-based organizations to push the cause for economic, social, and cultural rights. And this is important because government can't be everywhere. Civil society can't do it alone. The academia can't do it alone. The National Human Rights Institution, that is Uganda Human Rights Commission, cannot do it alone.
To be able to do this, we thought that we would be in an open place. And for many years, we've had this conference at Makerere University, where there are no restrictions around participation. As
far as possible, it has been inclusive, because when you are talking about socio-economic cultural rights, you are talking about nearly everybody. The conference has endeavored to bring on board women, persons with disabilities, young people, older persons, children, and sometimes it depends on the theme of the conference.
Over the years, the themes for the conference have been carefully selected and discussed with the organizers to look at contemporary issues, what is happening at the time.
During the conferences, the different conferences that we have had over the years on economic, social, and cultural rights, we have discussed a number of pertinent issues, ranging from access to water, the level of schools, the quality of schools, the affordability, accessibility, acceptability. We have challenged ourselves on where we should go and what we should target.
The other themes that we've had, at some point, we're looking at business and human rights, because we're looking at the impact of businesses. Uganda is a private sector-led economy. There was discovery of oil. And so we knew that it was a timely moment, for instance, in 2016, to discuss issues around business and human rights.
UCCA as a membership works successively over the years to ensure that the conversation of corporate accountability is at the center of designing the theme of the annual conference on economic, social, and cultural rights. So on the part of policy, we have worked so hard to see to it that we direct policymakers to the need to have a robust legal and policy framework to regulate activities of business enterprises, to ensure that the rights of the communities hosting them, the people employed by them, and those in the value chains are not abused.
In terms of impact, I think that the conference has done a good job in terms of raising awareness. When we started, very few people understood the concept of economic and social rights. But over the years and through the different themes, the conference breaking down this information, people are able to relate to the things. And I'll give you some examples. For instance, when we had the conference on business and human rights, and people were able to understand what is it with businesses and my rights or community rights.
Its baseline study, the State of Corporate Accountability in Uganda, was launched on the 3rd Annual Conference on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, whose theme was around issues of business and human rights in Uganda, looking at accountability and corporate social responsibility. that was when the Uganda Consortium on Corporate Accountability came on the scene, the national scene.
This conference helps us discuss some of these, where we're all sharing experiences, and we as human rights defenders are able to tell who is doing what and what are we learning and how can we join synergies to improve the status quo.
A sizable number of civil society organizations, a sizable number of researchers, a sizable number of lawyers are now talking about these rights. So that has arisen, among others, from the work that we've done, popularizing the rights through the conferences that we've had. As of last year, we had 9 conferences. This year, we are having the 10th edition. So that has been a very, very big achievement.
When we started the conference, many people did not understand the concept of economic, social, and cultural rights. And also note that our biggest impact is this conference raising awareness around this issue. So we believe that going forward, we have to put our energies on building movements, social movements, to claim what is due to us.
We would like to thank our development partners, Makerere University, civil society organizations, local governments, community members, government ministries, departments, and agencies for the support given over the years to the organization of the annual National Conference on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights.
Thank you. Just checking to make sure nobody is left behind when it comes to exercising our right to food. Anybody who has been left behind from myself? Okay, great. So we are at that point in the program where we need to reflect on the keynote as was shared by Mr. Kasule. Joseph, I know Anderson is around there. Mr. Lukwago, kindly. So we have a panel discussion, and this panel is Kenneth Lukwago, a man of no limited means. And I'm going to invite him to take to the podium, and then he will invite the panelists. Let's welcome Kenneth. From the dress code, he is a man of no little means, neither limited means. Kenneth, over to you, and you have 45 minutes in which to engage with your panel. Most importantly, engage with us as participants.
All right, thank you very much, Arthur, for those kind words there. My name is Kenneth Lukwago. I work with Radio 1. I should shift to the side. All right, thank you very much, Arthur, for that introduction. My name is Kenneth Lukwago. I work with Radio 1, where I produce but also host our primetime talk show called The Spectrum. My task this morning is to actually guide the panelists who are going to dissect the keynote address which was issued by Mr. Kasule from the National Planning Authority. And from what he actually spoke about, he raised a number of issues, and we think, and from my analysis, actually, he touches so many burning issues in the education sector. And for instance, he talks about the issue of capitation grant, infrastructure, manpower, issues of budgeting for the education sector, school feeding, which is a very critical issue where we have not yet decided who actually should be doing it, and a number of other recommendations that came in which we need actually to reflect on. So I'll introduce the panelists and kindly give them a round of applause as they come to the podium. Ms. Angela Kasule Naboe, Executive Director, Initiative for Social and Economic Rights. The other panelist is Mr. Moses Maena Musingo, Assistant Commissioner, Secondary Education, Minister of Education and Sports. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Last but not least, Mr. Katarega Julius, who is a student of Mengo Senior Secondary School. Julius, please join us on the podium. Well, for me, this discussion actually comes at a critical time. I'm quite sure many of you are thinking about what is in your pocket because of what is going to happen on Monday. Students are going back to school, and everybody is thinking about how to make that happen. And especially in our country where we have so many dependents, you are not only thinking about your family, but you are also thinking about the other so many people, and taking into account the fact that the cost of education seems to be a little bit higher. And the government seems to be backtracking on its promise to actually regulate, because recently we were told that our cabinet now favors to promote free access to education than regulating. And some people in parliament were actually saying it's a little bit tricky for the people within government to actually regulate school fees, because majority of them actually own these private schools where our pupils go. Very quickly, let's begin this discussion by getting initial reactions from the panelists about the keynote address. And I'll begin with you, Ms. Angela Kasule Naboe.
Thank you, Kenneth, and thank you, audience. And thank you, Mr. Kasule, for the keynote. I think it was insightful. My initial thoughts about the keynote is, first of all, I want to appreciate the National Planning Authority that they are identifying, prioritizing primary and secondary education as a priority going forward. And I know also this came out of the midterm review of the National Development Plan 3 that was recently concluded. So in the National Planning Authority coming up with that statement, it shows efforts and willingness from government to be able to provide education at that level. But we also know that when we look at primary education and secondary education, primary education and secondary education is an immediate obligation of the state. There is no way out. So it has to be free, it has to be accessible to all, but we've also signed into, we've bought into frameworks that provide for it. And so government coming up with that, I think, shows some level of commitment that they are prioritizing it. And of course, when we move from those levels, we can progressively achieve the other levels. And also looking at the issue of school feeding as something that is being highlighted, I think that is also key, because as practitioners, we move to different parts of the country, especially the rural areas. And we do understand that the issue of school feeding is key. We know that in most schools in rural areas, especially in Eastern Uganda, in Northern Uganda, children don't study at all. You can't study on an empty stomach. We had to take a tea break here to continue with the conversation. Someone told me there are people who traveled from up country and they have not eaten. But we have school children who stay in school the whole day without eating anything. There are some who will survive on raw mangoes if they are able to get them. So in government thinking about school feeding, I think that is also important. But
there is who should actually carry the burden, because there seems to be a discussion there.
I'm coming to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but also on reflecting the keynote, I want to go back to the theories that Mr. Kasule posed, like the different theories that he went through and the implications of that. And for me, my starting point from the theories that he presented, I'm very particular about the one on the public good theory, which presupposes that education is a public good. I think for me, this is my point of discussion, because when you look at education, education is a public good, but it's also a right. We have a right to education that is well articulated in our domestic and also international law. So in concentrating on that theory, so that theory says that government is in charge. So government should be able to provide the things free and be able to provide everything, like what you're talking about, including school feeding. So, because when you have that sorted, when you have government taking charge of education, we see that there's a multiplier effect. The whole society is going to benefit. But also in looking at the implication of that public good theory, it's saying that the argument is that there is private and public benefit. So society is going to benefit, but you're also going to benefit as an individual. And when you bring in that discussion, they're saying, then we should be able to, both of us should be able to contribute. So government should be able to contribute, but also the parent should be able to contribute. I think that is the major point of contention, how to define that contribution. And we know that also government has a role to prevent third parties from exploiting parents and from exploiting learners. So when we say we have to make a contribution, I know our constitution also says that. What happens, where do we draw the line when it comes to contribution? What should we be contributing? How much should we contributing? I think for me, that is a big discussion that we have. And most of the challenge that we are experiencing in this country today is government not coming up to say that schools, you cannot charge A, B, C, D. This is the limit that you can do. And coming up with those standards to provide guidance, because Mr. Lukwago, you'll understand that regulation of schools is also a mandate of government. They have no other way. When you're starting, and also us being Ugandans, we know that government has come up to say that they are not going to regulate, that they are going to provide free education. That presupposes that when they do that, schools are not going to charge. And we know that is impossible. So for me is that we need to look at government as a steward to be able to set the boundaries and say, even when I'm in a government school, if I'm in a government school, whether I'm in a private school, there shouldn't be things that shouldn't be charged a parent. For instance, what I should be charged should be something that is going directly towards my child. You're asking me to buy books, pens, uniform. That should be fine. But if I have to buy cement, if I have to, there are a lot of inputs that schools are asking for, and you see it is exploitation. But also even with government-aided schools, there are government-aided schools that are receiving state funds, and they have come up with all kinds of charges that are putting up the cost. For instance, you pay the tuition, you buy the textbooks, and then the school will put up a rule and say, you have to buy a mattress at school at this cost. And I think that is wrong. I should have the liberty as a parent to be able to choose a mattress on the market. So for me, I think the standardization is a big issue. There has to be some guidance that is provided, and government taking charge of that and realizing that education is a right and it is a public good. Thank you.
What I remember, there is already a policy direction that schools should not, for instance, increase school fees without the authorization of the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Education. But I think we will hear more from the assistant commissioner. But right now, let's bring in Julius, the student. Julius, what's your take about this discussion as somebody who is still in the education system and seeing things around you? What would be your initial reaction to the keynote address?
When I'm to look at the keynote, first, basing on it, I think as we looked at the 2007 to the certain goal that you had, that education should be for all students. So by 2040, we should expect that all Ugandans or all students should be with a quality education. But we see now we are almost approaching to that period, but it's as if it is now the opposite. The education sector is now reversing. So our concern now should be what is really causing this, that the target that you people had put across is almost reaching, but nothing is done. So what is hindering it from approaching? So according to me, I think the first thing that we need to notice, all of us, that it is every parent's dream to ensure that their children acquire quality education. Not so. So that being aside, we all know that all parents and all of us, we know education, but few of them get to understand the value of education in a way that most parents will say, since my child has reached maybe senior 4, let that child not continue. They know what education is, but they don't. I'm not saying that all of them they don't know, but they know, but understanding the value in education. So that, because if they understand the value in education, they would be patient. They will be patient. As one of the speakers said, that education is a merit good. It benefits the public and the individual. So when the moment you don't know like the value in education, you will hinder your child from doing what? From continuing. Because after all, I have invested a lot of cash in the student. Why shouldn't they, after all, he knows English? Because most parents say, as long as you know English, it is done. Yet that is not enough.
All right, let's bring in the Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Musingo. Your initial reactions to the keynote address, but also the issues that are coming out, the issues of regulating school fees, the issues of government meeting its commitment to provide free education, all very key issues in this discussion.
Thank you, Kenneth. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would also like to join other members to congratulate our partners on this 10th annual conference. I've been part of this the last 3 or 4 times. And as Minister of Education, we really, really appreciate the contribution you're making in highlighting some of these issues. My initial reaction I'd like to thank the National Development Authority, National Planning Authority, sorry, Mr. Kasule, for bringing out issues in such succinct manner that for me in education, I would sit back and say, yes, now everybody here appreciates the problem we have. Because Mr. Kasule has indicated that for us, and this is something that the director has been telling everybody who cares to listen, that for education as a ministry to provide the quality of education that we all need, we would want to increase that budget about tenfold. That is the conundrum. And indeed, that's the conundrum that you brought out very, very clearly. The triangle, the ironclad triangle. That if you want to increase access and increase quality, you must increase cost. And that's the elephant in the room. And then we ask ourselves, who pays for the cost then? Who pays for that cost? And for me, ultimately, it is the citizens who pays for that cost, either directly or indirectly. Because you either pay the fees that Mrs. Kasule has indicated we need to be big government and regulate, you pay directly fees, or if government has to find that budget to invest in education, then you will pay it through taxation and other means. You see that? So it is either way, it is us the citizens who are going to pay for this education. So, but in terms of what we feel in this very complex situation of cost, access, and quality, there is an hinted, actually alluded to it very, very clearly, it's the issue then of efficiency. Can we try to achieve some level of equitable access, some level of quality, by improving efficiency in the system that we have? Because that becomes critical now. And then there is also the issue of, is it, and he talked about it very, very eloquently. Should we now bring in the issue of prioritization, although he was also working on very hot calls here? How do you prioritize? Who do you tell that go first or you wait later, you come in later? Prioritize primary education and secondary education. It brings in the other question. sorry to be scattered, that, and this is a decision that again was made by government, that do we provide all education for some, or some education for all? What do you do? Which way do we go? All education for some, or some education for all? When we look back and say, education was very of high quality then, when our fathers, our grandfathers were studying, it was. But how many of them were going to school out of the population? Now, if we say some education for all, basically we are saying in terms of quality as well, some quality of education for all, because we do not have, as we speak, the resources to ensure that we can have all education for all. In other words, the highest quality of education paid for by government going to everybody. It's a wish, but it remains so. So we then go to the prioritization. We then say, what interventions as government do we put in place to ensure that gradually we can get to where we all desire to get? Do we then ensure that, well, let's try to do as much as possible infrastructure development for education and ensure that children are able to reach a school of a certain quality within 5 kilometers and not more than 10. So we say 1 government secondary school per sub-county. That becomes a priority intervention. Do we then say what subsector? And say primary, and I think NP has been very clear on this, that we cannot spend a lot of resources which we don't have on higher education as government. Let's go primary. Then 2, as we prioritize, then we ensure efficiencies. What are we doing as a system? He asked the question, do schools know the objectives of education in this country? How then do we make them to get to know that? Effectiveness and efficiency in the system, then the first manner. Now, I would go on and on, but I just wanted to highlight that these are things that we are trying to do as a ministry. We are not perhaps doing them to the perfection that you expect, but that's when you say, can we look at curriculum reform so that is to ensure relevance and quality of education? Can we make us understand that these are the number of children we actually catering for? Up to this point, sometimes we realize we are paying for children who actually are not even in the schools. And so let's strengthen our information system, which we are revamping, the education management information system, to help us know that if we are expending money for 100 learners, there are actually 100 learners in class. That becomes an intervention of efficiency. Then we say, can we leverage technology, which we are trying to do? We are leveraging technology for now. We're implementing a program called TELA, Teacher Effectiveness and Learner Achievement in Schools, where we are monitoring using technology at what time a teacher enters school, at what time is spent time on task, and what time they can leave school, and how many learners are attending, how many are not attending that day, so that we can track. So we are trying to do a few things to ensure that with the inadequate resources we have, we can ensure a level of education access that is of a quality that we can gradually improve. I don't know what I was saying, what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Right. Let's get back to Angela. And now, it's the biggest issue, the biggest elephant in the room seems to be the issue of funding. We all want quality education, but there are so many things to be done. You heard from the assistant commissioner, you will have to increase the budget tenfold to be able actually to meet the demands of the sector if we want to be where we are. How do we deal with that issue? Funding, this is what NPA called a crossroad of priorities.
Thank you, Kenneth. I'm very glad that we have National Planning Authority in the room and Ministry of Education in the room. So I believe that in having this discussion, we can reach some middle ground. Yes, the cost is there. In Mr. Kasule's keynote, he tried to give us some figures. I think the starting point where we need to start from as a country is that how much does it cost for one to receive, for instance, a good primary education of a good quality? Secondary education, how much is the cost? So Mr. Kasule has given us some figures, and of course, coming from the acknowledgement that the money that government has been sending to schools, for instance, in form of capitation grants, has been grossly insufficient. So for primary, they are suggesting around 63,000, and then secondary, they are different figures. So when we start seeing cost, educating a child is costly, and funding. If we do not answer that question and have some standards, we are not going to be able to reach anywhere. And we think that in understanding that cost, then we go into where does the money come from? We first sort out the other one. There's also the issue of the numbers that we'll go into, but what is it? What is the cost? Right now, if National Planning Authority, which is the lead agents to do our planning with all the economists that they have, is telling us that 532,000 approximately is okay at secondary level. Why is it that a government-aided school that is receiving state funds, that is having teachers on government payroll, that already has the infrastructure in place, and also benefiting from the loans that we are acquiring East, West, and Center, is charging 2 million in tuition fees? I think we need to get this right. So a government-aided school has all this in place. The infrastructure is already there. The teachers are government payroll. And National Planning Authority says that this money would be sufficient. Why then is it 4 times and even more, plus other requirements like development fees and all kinds of charges that they have to put? I think government has to put their house in order. And where does this money? So if the parents if the governance bodies in those schools are private actors now that are siphoning money from those schools, then the answer should be that let us take away money from those schools. Let us take away the state funds and put that money in seed schools and put that money in purely public schools. And we leave those as private schools. But we cannot go on burying our heads in the sand saying these are government-aided schools, but they're charging. So there we could save some money. So we put that money in the public schools. You have a saving that goes towards the majority of Uganda, because we are saying this is about equity. Can we have equal opportunity for everyone? Dr. Zahara here in her address said that a child would come from very far and even come to Makerere for the first time. But now it is not possible. But I will tell you, let me actually tell you what is happening to see that the funding, we have it elsewhere, but it is not going to the public, that the system has been so demonized to a level that a 10-year-old and 11-year-old understands now, for me to go to a public school, I'm condemned. I have an 11-year-old daughter. I found her at home on Wednesday and she was chatting with friends and they were so depressed, and I asked, what is it? They said, I will not mention the name because I don't have consent to share this story, and said, Kenneth is not coming back to school and he's very sad because the parents are taking him to a government school. And I'm like, what? So an 11-year-old is understanding that our public system is dead. That when I go there, I'm condemned. Then how do we talk about equal opportunity? If 11-year-olds are saying when I go to, because that is where the majority are going. And by the time a parent makes, because the school I'm talking about is a normal private school. They are in the village. But the parents are not able to afford anymore and they are going for public, but the child thinks they are condemned. So we can put money in those schools. We know where the money can come from, and we can have a bigger discussion around where this money comes from. The taxes that we pay. If we look into progressive taxation, and everyone paid their fair share of taxes, we are all Ugandans. We know there are people in this country that don't pay taxes. The people that are given waivers for 10 years, 20 years, they have never paid tax. This is where the money should come from.
Let's hear from Julius. Julius, let's look at the school environment, and this brings in the issue of infrastructure.
as a critical aspect. You as a student, what are some of the things that you see that need to be improved on in the school environment, even as we discuss this issue of the cost of education in our country?
For me, I think the improvements that can be made, first, as I said earlier, that most parents know, but they don't know that studying is good, but they fail to sometimes understand. The first thing that I think should be done, number one, the school, I don't know if it is necessary, but the school itself should at least try to like energize the parents to it should highlight for them the values, like the values in education. Like this may not necessarily be in these upper school, but most schools should start doing it in the lower levels. So as they energize the parents, some parents, they may when you have not done when you have not clearly briefed them on something, they may say, let me just give up on. But if you really highlight them on the reason why they should do it, you highlight them the reason that it is not only benefiting them, but it is also benefiting the next generation. That clearly does what? That clearly helps them out. And also another thing that I think that should be done, I think schools should at least allow in some organizations to help out these students who are affected by the school fees issues. Because I believe if a school is in Kampala and it has some students who are affected, I think it may not necessarily come out in the public, but it can set up an organization when it is being run by the OBs and the OGs, and those all the students can try out to support those students. It may not necessarily come to the public, but it can do what? It can ask the OBs, the OGs to support those students. An example, it's Mengo. Mengo has a lot of old students. So if those old students come out and say, let's support our fellow Mengonians who are being affected by school fees, I think that will be better, because they are not doing what they're not getting the money from the government, but it's because of that old investment the parents made. It is also helping another generation. So that's the thing that I said from the start, that whenever parents get to understand, it helps the next generation. Because if the parents of this generation don't understand, that means the next generation will be affected. So that's what I think.
Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, before actually we bring in members of the audience to contribute to this discussion, one thing seems to be coming out. People are paying taxes, expecting services from the government, and education is a right. But when we send the children to school, we are again forced to pay school fees, and yet already there's capitation that comes from the taxes that we are paying. What exactly is the problem? What's the gap there? Is it a problem of supervision? Is it inspection of schools? How come, like Angela said, a certain group of people sit somewhere and actually decide certain charges must be paid? We have had the president talking about illegal charges that are even contributing to school dropout. How then do you deal with that particular issue as a ministry?
Yes, once again, thank you. I've had this discussion with many people who are in this room regarding, because today it has come out very, very strongly, the issue of regulation. And I wanted to correct the impression that government has said, finally, we're not going to regulate fees in schools. We're just going to make education free. I think that's a little bit of a misrepresentation. The issue of regulation, you can regulate fees by not necessarily saying you are capping the fees. I'm coming back to your question. You can regulate fees in schools by providing adequate resources to schools and improving quality, and then ensuring that these government schools are attracting most of the learners, and those who are trying to charge do not have clientele, the fees will come down. You can do that. But that requires the resources that NPA was telling us about. So what is happening is this. It goes back to cost. Are we putting enough resources actually in schools? Do the schools actually have enough money and they're just making profits? Because that seems to be the impression.
Assistant Commissioner, let's not look at only the fees being paid. Let's look at the other non-tuition charges. Some parents actually told we need 5 bags of cement. We need so many things that are not related to the charges that are officially known.
Whether it's cement, whether it's physical or money, still you have to get money somewhere to buy those things. That is the problem. But I wanted to give you this so that people appreciate that perhaps we should not just condemn the school administrator. I'm coming to that. I'm also a parent, I pay fees. For secondary education in government schools, we are, in terms of staffing levels, we are about 45% of the teachers who are needed to be in those schools. There are schools where we have 4,000 learners, and those schools have on their payroll 200 teachers, but actually only 100 of them are paid by government. So until, that's a point that has been made from the beginning, until we actually as government, or indeed as resource the schools well, they will still ask for that money because they are recruiting teachers, because much of the charges about feeding and so on, uniform and so on. But the regulation has not been abandoned. I wanted to clarify that government has actually passed, which I don't know why it's getting so much echo.
Those in charge of the public address system, we are getting feedback through the speakers. If you can lower down your system. Please continue, Assistant Commissioner.
The debate about regulation was about, do you just say, I'm capping? We thought it was wise to go what you actually are proposing. Look at the allowable costs, allowable things that schools should ask for. And cement cannot be an allowable thing. In the coming regulations, and the regulations are really coming, we've been consulting with stakeholders, is that the tuition should be, or the cost should be towards what is teaching and learning process. What is the teaching and learning process? We should not be building schools that are owned by 1 or 2 people by contributing cement and so on. That is a regulation. That is coming. So it's not like it has been abandoned.
Officially in Parliament, we saw the Higher Education Minister actually presenting the position when he was being tasked to explain. And he said the matter went to Cabinet and they had already promised because the regulations. And he clearly stated that regulations, the issue of the regulation has been overtaken by events. That's on the record of Parliament.
Thank you. I think it's really, sometimes we listen to something and are getting different interpretation from what we are listening to. Even just ensuring that government is going to, like I said earlier, by government putting in more money into, because the president asked us, we went to him with the regulations initially and looked at that have issued directives to you. Why are schools still charging when they are getting capitation grants? Why are USE schools charging parents when we have directed that they should not? We gave him the numbers of available staff, available resources in schools. Then he said, okay, instead of telling them how much to charge, just come up with a figure. Tell me how much it would cost for education to be free in the schools that parents are not charged at all. Instead of artificial regulation, tell me the figure, I'll find the money. And that's at the point which we have done a budget, we have given him, and Cabinet has passed a budget that beginning 2025, we can actually have the money to ensure that parents in primary schools are not charged. By 2027, we shall have the money to ensure that parents in US schools are not charged, because government will be able to cater for the costs that they have been paying for. That is the plan.
Ajara, you seem to be excited with that news coming in from the Assistant Commissioner.
Before I make my point, I want to ask Mr. Musingo that it's going to be free in those years that you have mentioned. Does that include the government-aided schools, your Nabingos, Nabisunsa, St. Henry Kitov? Is it part of that category?
It actually sounds like a manifesto thing linked to the next elections.
Thank you very much, Ajala, and thank you for asking me a friendly question that takes me to a point that perhaps not made very well. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is something that we need to reflect upon. Nabingo, the schools you mentioned, Nabingo, Gayaza, Budo, are charging as much as Chitende and so on. And that is the big question. Last week we had, we have an association of secondary school head teachers of Uganda. They had their AGM last week in Soroti. And on the sidelines, I asked that very question, that why are you charging the same money? For some of the head teachers from these big schools, the chairperson of that association is the head teacher of Chitovu, St. Henry's Chitovu. I said, why do you charge the same money as private schools at the same level? And this is the explanation. Before I come to answering that one, the explanation is this: government schools are not simply there for education. They are also there for employment. Yes, they are implementing a policy, a government policy on salaries and so on and so forth. You are not going to get, and this is very difficult and you should appreciate this, you are not going to get rid or to treat the same, an employee of a government school as you would treat an employee in a private school. And that's why they say for them, efficiency measures are there in private schools because you can hire and fire. The teachers are saying, if you give us the powers to hire and fire, we'll be able to reduce the costs. But as long as we are having employees in our systems who are protected and guarded by the public service standing orders, that even when they are not teaching, you might take 6 months before you actually punish them, it's always going to be expensive. And they end up also hiring. So I ask them, how much money? Ask them, if we given an option, would you prefer that government divest itself from the school and we leave you to run the school as private? For King's College Budo, for Gayaza and others. And the head teachers are inclined. And the argument is, actually, if you left us to charge and you took away your payment you're giving for staff, which is in any case about only 40% of the staff you're paying, we can actually run the schools better. And that brings me to the question. When we say free education, is it going to be free in Budo as well? Of course not. The government understanding of free education is free tuition. Free tuition. But the money you pay in the King's College Budo or in some schools, you are not paying for tuition only. You are paying for feeding. You are paying for swimming. You are paying for horse riding in some cases. You are paying for all the things. And that remains is an issue. That should government be telling every school to charge 500? Suppose we as parents want our school to ride, our learners to ride horses, to play the piano. Are we going to say we should stop charging them? So no, Budo will not be free. But government is saying, we are going to tell Budo that if you want the capitation grant in form of salaries to continue coming to your school, offer free education. If you're not offering that, then we're withdrawing from the school, because the schools are not government schools. They are government grant-aided schools where government can withdraw any moment the capitation grant. Thank you.
Angela, very quickly before we bring in the audience.
Yes, I think what we have to understand, we need to understand the basics in having this conversation is that we have a government, and government has a responsibility to regulate fees, and that is provided for in our Education Act. But also, this is something that has happened before. We know that the Minister of Education knows that by law, the Minister of Education is supposed to issue from time to time statutory instruments regulating fees in all schools in the country, and it doesn't matter whether it is private or government. The minister has that responsibility. But also, this has happened before in Uganda in 1980 and 1981 during the Obote regime. They issued regulations regulating fees, and they had categories, and they would say, a school in an urban area, this is how much you charge. A school in a rural area, this is how much you charge. Depending on whether it is day or boarding, there were standards. So we need some kind of standardization, because what is happening at the moment is that everyone charges as they want, as they wish. Someone wakes up and says, this is it, because we also have governance bodies in these schools. We have boards of governors for secondary schools. We have school management committees for primary schools. But those governance bodies have been made irrelevant either by design, because there are people that are benefiting from them, that there is no even consultation at all that happens. The ministry has been issuing circulars around school fees that before you consult with the ministry, you have to write to the PS. And I know there have been some attempts, but in the absence of something binding legally, they are ignored. So I think government has to go back and understand that they have a responsibility to do this, and they must do it, because when you look at Uganda as a country, the average income for someone who is employed is 200,000 shillings. That means you're even just encouraging corruption. Because if that is the average income for Ugandan, 200,000, where are people getting 2 million to pay fees? The salary of his boss is 1.2 million, but their children are in international schools. Where do they get that money? It is corruption money.
We open up the discussion to the audience, and I'm going to ask Arthur to actually help me to move around the microphone. But one other key aspect that probably we need to look at is this common saying that you cannot ask the monkey to preside over a case involving a forest, because so many people in the Ministry of Education actually own these private schools. There's one minister who owns several campuses. I may not even talk about them, but let's hear from the audience, and I'll take a couple of questions. Let me begin with 1 minute each, please. Let's begin with that lady.
Thank you so much, our moderator. My name is Amajimbe Juanita. I'm an activist with FIDA, Women and Children's Rights, and actually I'm starting with our moderator before I bring my question. What he said last is actually one of the reasons why I'm standing here. I'm going to start with our Minister for Education. He owns, I think, half the private schools in Uganda today. How do you expect him and other, I believe half the Ministry of Education staff own schools. That's my personal perception. How do you expect people who are in charge of our children's education to have the goodwill to see government schools prosper and thrive successfully when they themselves own private schools competing with government schools and taking students away from government schools? How will they have that goodwill? As far as I'm concerned, the biggest crisis of education in Uganda today is because of the staff and the ministers in the Ministry of Education. They are the reason why we are now in this boat that we're in today. That is my first comment. My second comment, Mr. Kasule from NPA. Seba, I was very glad to hear you and to see you. I'm a woman activist, as I said. I am happy with what I'm hearing. Madam Kasule, I don't know how much I love you, because really, you're voicing all my thoughts. May God bless you and aid you for a very long time. Mr. Kasule from National Planning Authority is representing Katwichiro Muvawala. My question to him is, I had his question. His comments are very good, and I liked them. But I have a question. I'm not hearing things through a gender lens. We have girls dropping out of school. We have girls from needy families who can't afford a pad. If you look at all these manifesto promises, we even hear promises of free pads for our young girls and daughters. Girls fall out of school because she cannot buy a pad and boys are laughing at her. Where is the gender lens as we plan? Ministry of Education, what are you planning for our daughters and our sisters? When they go to school and there's nothing they can use, what do you do? We don't have toilet paper in school toilets. Do you know that? I have children in school. Now, when a child is going to school, you need one pickup for one child. You have 3 children, those are 3 pickups. You'll take cement.
All right.
You'll take brooms. You'll take squeezers. You'll take this paper. You take a child a full pickup, and then they get to school, no toilet paper in those toilets, no soap. You've taken jik. You've taken powder detergents. Nothing. And then the child eats portion beans is very healthy food, but not every day. Do you want them to get scurvy? Really, what is happening? Why is the ministry pretending to be blind? Why do you keep insisting on the policy? But you are the policy makers. I'm a politician. I know I'm an NRM politician. I know very well that my government has a very big role to play in the failing of education. Look at the taxes. The very people who don't pay taxes gain the most from the taxes of these very poor people who are.
All right, I think you've made your point.
Why is
Thank you very much.
playing hide and seek?
Let's hear from another person. And we have a gentleman there, very quickly. please keep your comments short so that we are able to work within the time we have.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from Mukono. My name's Akasozi Muwonge. I'm a chairperson of a UPE school. And ironically, I took my daughter from a public school to a UPE school. Yeah. UPE,
From a private school?
From a private school. Or let me say an affluent school. Because the reason why I'm saying a private school, many public schools are run like a private entities. Headmasters and the Ministry of Education officials, they connive. I'm saying they connive. It's alleged you connive. And teachers can charge as much as they want. So the main danger to our education and to many other sectors is corruption. As the gentleman from the Ministry of Education is saying, that Gayaza, they have 45% government paid teachers. I suspect they are much more because many of those schools are equipped. I'm a love of education, and that's why I'm a PTA chairperson in a UPE school. Because I was chosen on the criteria that I have been giving that school free reading materials. These are bucket day. Every week I give the school 2 copies. And I have done that for the last, for over a decade. One of my child who was there is now second year engineering at the university.
All right, please keep your comment short, Mr. Kasozi.
I'm saying it is however much you put in the Ministry of Education, so long as the evil of corruption is still there.
All right.
The money that goes to those big schools that charge a lot of money and they have government paid teachers is siphoned off by the Ministry of Education officials and the head teachers.
All right,
they don't help our children at all.
All right, let's get another comment as we hear from Professor Mbazira here. Or we begin with the lady. If you can stand up, please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Ahmed Eloise Charity. I'm a student in this Makerere University doing education. I'm also a student with hearing impairment. I have 2 issues to discuss. I saw there was some discussion about quality education. But last time, when I went for school practice, I went to a day of school. There was no quality education there completely. As Dr. Zahara quoted that, not all people have equal abilities, but must all have equal opportunities. I went to some school. True, we have a challenge about difference between sign language grammar and English grammar. Now that challenge there, people say, we are dull. I try to ask for help. How can we help these students to understand? They told me, don't waste your time. Just teach them. If they understand or don't understand, at the end of the month, you will get your salary. Now, where's the quality education? I would like that Parliament should try and see how to help us. True, we don't perform well because of that problem. That's what I saw. Secondly, about parents not knowing the quality, importance of education. True, I think that we should need to create awareness about that. A lot, like 50% of people with disabilities stay home because of when they see that you have a disability, they feel like you have no future. True, even I faced through that thing when I lost my hearing. That's why they told me, why are you even learning? Why do you even pay your school fees? Where's the future? No one will marry you. That's why they told me. But my parents paid school fees, not because they know that maybe I'm deaf, I'll succeed in the future, but they saw that my ears will open in the future. So I think it's better to create awareness. True, we can do everything, but the society, how they see this issue, it's true, is not good.
All right, thank you very much for your comment there. Let's hear from Professor Mbazira.
Thank you so much, keynote speaker and the panelists. Very quickly, two points. I think one of the things that we need to do is to contextualize this conversation in the bigger debate we are having now, the question of prioritizing our expenditure. One key thing we need to look into is the cost of political office or political expenditure vis-a-vis what we are spending on services. How much are we spending on members of parliament? How much are we spending on RDCs? How much are we spending on chairpersons of districts, the councillors? You can see that, we've over-duplicated the administrative units. How many districts do we have? How much money are we spending? I think that is something that we need to look into. And I don't know if NPA, this is something that you've looked into. I've actually read NDP 3 from page 1 to the last page, but I don't think I came across that conversation in the NDP. How do we prioritize our expenditure and what are the different categories? I think political expenditure is taking a lot of money, and it will continue taking a lot of money unless we do something drastic about it. Number 2, security as well, sure. Number 2, the question of school feeding. One of the problems with school feeding, yes, you've indicated it is so expensive, it will be in trillions, but one of the problems is procurement in the schools. The school systems have been subjected to the same procurement system like the rest of the government entities. But you see, you never get value for money. The model which is preferred for school feeding, which is the homegrown based model, is for procurement to be done within the vicinity of the school, because that's where you get fresh foods, that's where you get food at relatively lower costs. So that is something that NPA may want to look into as we move into NDP 3. I mean NDP 4. Then I want to ask one of the panelists whether the ministry has actually done a survey internally. How many children of employees or senior staff of the Ministry of Education go to public schools? Actually, it should be a requirement that for you to get a job in the Ministry of Education, your kids should go to your paid schools. But as long as their kids and our kids are going to affluent schools, then who cares what happens to that? Then, of course, I just go back to the question of school feeding. One of the places I've eaten the best samosas is Parliament. I don't know how many people have eaten those good samosas from Parliament. I don't know what the unit cost is per member of Parliament. And if we actually remove that, we may be able to feed so many children. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, let's try to go to the back, pick 2 or 3 comments from the back because we are running out of time. We need actually to wind up this discussion. Let's hear from the lady.
Thank you so much. Muruya Lydia is my name. I'm a deputy head teacher of a certain school in Bujiri. But before I went to Bujiri, I was a teacher in St. Mary's College, Kisubi. And I have observed 2 things that need to be addressed. I'm facing hardships in our village school. Why? There is a way government posts teachers there without instructional materials. I'm going to give a scenario. We are in the new curriculum where government will send 5 textbooks per subject, yet we have 200 learners in the class. And they expect quality from us. It is true, children are accessing the education, but is it quality education? When it comes to feeding, we teach angry students. When we try to bring parents on board to pay something, the RDC will come in. Don't charge anything. And you expect us to teach hungry children and they get grades like those of St. Mary's College, Chisubi. I submit.
Thank you so much. So many people putting up their hands want to make a comment. Let's get the person at the back in the black jacket there.
Thank you very much. I want to raise on two things. That is, my name is Leombia Kelvin Joshua. I'm a member of the Students Guild at Makerere University. I'm in my final year. I also represent students on Senate. To begin from there exactly, there was a question about the cost of education and the cost of producing, let me say, a final graduate, and who is actually supposed to subsidize that cost. It brings me back to when Makerere introduced a new tuition policy and increased tuition. Just a quick example of postgraduate diploma of education, for example, that was increased to 5 million shillings. A study that we conducted showed that actually Makerere, that used to get about 300 to 500 students for this class every year for postgraduate diploma, was getting 2, 3 to 5. Yet other universities elsewhere, like MAST, Chambogo, and others, were at 1.3 million, 1.7 million, and were getting more people for this cost. Later, Makerere agreed to reduce the cost to 2.5. Now, the question comes in there. Is it actually the fact that we invest a lot to train these people, or it's about the policy? Because if other universities, for example, can afford to teach the same thing at a very low cost, how can we then say that one university cannot? It brings me back to the point of education. There is no justification whatsoever why my sister will pay 3 million shillings per term to learn biology, chemistry, and math from King's College, Budo, and another person is charged 500,000 in another place, yet they are getting equally the same thing. That is one. And as I conclude, Professor talked about the administrative costs. And just to add to that, when I was recently we had a discussion with Conrad organization, and we realized that actually Uganda operates a bigger bureaucracy to population ratio than China, for example. You can imagine, China is bigger than us in development, security, and all these things, but we have a bigger bureaucratic ratio to population than we as a country. That is a very important discussion that we need to have in order to minimize the expenditure on administration and ensure that things like education are catered for. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Really, we can't take all the comments, but we'll have just one last comment here at the front for special reasons, and then we have reactions. There is another session that is actually coming on, another panel of discussion where almost the same issues are being discussed, and you'll have, I think, more time to actually engage during that session. Let's hear from the gentleman here.
All right, yeah, thank you so much, moderator. I'm Twalib. I'm Twalib. I'm a student here doing social work in third year. Yeah, I want to talk about the cost of education. Most of us students with disabilities, especially the deaf, face a challenge in that area. I'll give an example. We are learning here at the university under government sponsorship, which is fine. Government is supporting both our learning here with the interpretation. But what happens to students on private, they pay tuition fees. At the same time, they have to pay their own interpreters. So that is double expenditure. So how do you manage? And we are very few of us who are accessing education. So government, through Ministry of Education, you have a role to support us by providing sign language interpreters, so that when we are paying the tuition fees, again paying the interpreters, it is hard. And for us, without interpreters, we are not able to learn. So government should come in and assist in that area. Also, government needs to put sign language interpreters in the structures of government, so that they can be able to provide the services. For example, government has English, has the French language, and other languages. Can we also include sign language also as a language to reduce on the burden? Thank
All right.
you so much.
Thank you so much.
My colleague has a little input, moderator, just accept.
1 minute, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. As hearing impairment students also, yeah, I'm doing a course, information and technology. But what I realize that our system here in Uganda is not fair to us. How? Yeah, some students, they do have their own talents, but we are forced to, we are forced to do things which we don't want. Like we begin primary, we go to secondary, and some of us probably are good at football. Someone grows up young with a talent. Sometimes we waste the talents in class. I see outside Uganda here, if someone is a footballer, yeah, he's taken to the football school, and then if someone is an engineer, yes, he is in that line, but the system here is not merciful. We are all forced to be in class. At the end of the day, we graduate and there are no jobs. So now, yeah, with the outside countries, someone grows out like doing computer. The children start doing computer when they are young, and third year maybe they are doing something. Probably they are working in banks. They are doing something related to what they have been studying. Some are dancers. Some have different sport. So my request is, at the school system here, shall we continue to appreciate talents of learners, or? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Very quickly, and I'll move to the panel, and I think I'll begin with the Assistant Commissioner.
Anderson, you have a minute each for each panelist.
Very quickly, your reactions to the comments that have come in from the audience. I'll begin with you, Assistant Commissioner.
Thank you very much. And I must say you have been very mean to me today. Everybody seems to be looking at me and saying, corruption. I remember watching a movie called Enemy of the State. Somebody at the end of it, they let us, who will monitor the monitors of the monitors? So yes, I really appreciate the very passionate concerns about education, and indeed we continue engaging at the risk of sounding defensive. Really, some of these things when you answer you sound defensive, but I appreciate that. I wanted to indicate to you that yes, we're having a challenge to ensure that we have quality and relevant education, but I think it's not getting worse, it's getting better. One indicator is that now, if you go to government USE schools, they are over enrolled. In fact, the schools are asking us for facilities, they are even asking us for tents, because children have left private schools to come to public schools too. The children of the professor, the children of the ministry staff, do they start? I think Madam Kasule here indicated to you how much I'm paid.
Can it happen? Is it possible?
But if my boss is paid that, then I'm paid far less. That the issue of there's an attempt being made, but again, it goes back to the economy, performance of the economy. She talked about textbooks. We're trying to buy textbooks for the new curriculum at the ratio of 3:1 for the core subjects and 6:1 for the non-core subjects. But the suppliers paid us, the suppliers who gave us the books are demanding about over 30 billion shillings that we are struggling to find to pay. So a lot of things will improve as the economy improves. And that has been what the president has kept saying. On other issues, the girl child, indeed, we have a very vibrant unit to try to promote girl child. And indeed, we have been improving. At primary, the parity ratio has been reached, 50-51 actually for girls, 49 for boys. At secondary, we're still grappling, especially completion rates. But there are systems that are working, maybe slowly. Government bureaucracies are always labored, but in the end, there's a gradual improvement, and that is what I can best say that we shall try level best with the efficiency measures that I've talked about, try to improve. Thank you very much.
Quickly, Julius, your response to some of the issues that have come out from the audience.
I'm going to respond to two. So one of the issue was about textbooks. For me, I think that the government affording textbooks, it's not a problem. But now the problem comes in whereby reaching to the user, to the people, to the consumers. That's where the problem is. You may find that the government can afford books in many quantities, but then the hands through which those books go through, you may find that if the government could afford like 5,000 books, now by the time the books reach to the consumer, they are even less than 5,000. So I think that the government offering books, it's not the problem, but I think the government itself should at least look through its workers in that channel.
So, Mr. Commissioner, as you continue pushing for e-services, we should be able to have e-libraries where you don't have to print so many books and move them across the country. But let's hear from Angela, your responses to the comments that have come out from the audience.
Thank you, everyone, for the passionate engagement. We are midway, the National Development Plan 3, and some of the priorities that have been identified for the remaining years of the National Development Plan 2023-2024 and then 2024-25, and the Human Development Program, but the education subsector include construction of inclusive facilities. They talk about the construction of a primary school in parishes that do not have a primary school, then retooling of teachers, but also to ensure that they are able to deliver the new curriculum. But around cost, what I want to mention is that there are already challenges with that new curriculum. I know that there are government schools where children are charged every term for the new curriculum. There is another fee structure. You pay 150,000 for the new curriculum. I think government has to look into that. But also for inclusive education, we are promoting inclusive education as a country, but the infrastructure that we currently have cannot support it. So there are also discussions. We need to intensify those discussions to make sure that we provide the infrastructure that is necessary for inclusive education. Because right now, if you're very lucky to be admitted to a school, it means that you have to go with a sign language interpreter, which even makes it very expensive. But also to understand, since we are talking about cost of education and human capital development, we had our schools closed for 2 years, and in having those schools closed for 2 years, we had children that went into child labor. We had many girls that got pregnant. So amidst those challenges, if the cost is too high, then it is going to be very difficult to reintegrate girls who have given birth, those are adolescent mothers, but also pregnant girls in the school. So if they are, because the parent will say, you even got pregnant, you cannot go back, I don't have money. So then you're having a whole whole communities with girls that are stopping in P4, P6, and they're having babies at 13. And when they start having babies at that time, you're talking about, you're going into another cycle of poverty because themselves are children. So the issue of education has to be handled very well, to make sure that those girls are reintegrated back into school, but also that children who went into child labor are able to access school. Otherwise, then the quality of the workforce that we are also talking about, the productivity, you will not be able to get it if we don't fix the cost. Thank you very much.
Very much. It has been my pleasure actually to host this wonderful panel. A round of applause for the panelists as they come out of get off the podium. Thank you very much for being a lively audience, and let's continue engaging on the issue of education, because education is very critical and it empowers, it enables, and does so many things to our lives. Well, Julius has something to say.
Okay, I have something small to say. So, since we are talking about like the cost of education, so I don't know if this is right for me to talk about, but currently some of the stated the stated points have affected me somehow, in a way that it has been like, we know that Mengo is a nice school, it should be afforded, but some of the points you have from discussing, some of them have affected, they have not they have affected my parents, and them affecting my parents, they have also affected me. So I've been like struggling to like study like the whole of since this year began because of those points, because currently now we are starting on Monday. So but since Mengo is somehow a government aided school, there is this program they offer that even though you have not yet paid, but you can go, you can still learn. But then there is a point where it reaches when the money it is too much, they can no longer like accommodate you, because even yourself you can see. So the same thing is happening to me. Because the expenditure per annum it's over like 3M. So for me, since the year began, I've like tried, because I saw the situation my father was passing through. So he tried to at least pay like 500,000 since the year began. So now, remember, every term it accumulates. The time will reach that they could not like accommodate you. And since we are discussing about this thing, like education should be for all, so I'm asking, is there any way I can be helped out? Because these people, they are demanding like over 2.5 M. So I'm asking, is there any way I can be helped out?
Who can give some advice to our friend Julius, who is at crossroads, just like NPA told us when they were making that presentation?
Thank you so much, Anderson. I will release you. I will release the panel. Let's appreciate Anderson and the panel. Can we appreciate Kenneth for moderating that panel? Now, Julius has raised the concern. We are all good-hearted people. I'm going to make a humble appeal to us. Can we reach out to Julius? Can we reach out to Julius such that when he leaves this place today, he says, the people that I met today made a very big difference in my life. Do we promise to do that? May God touch our hearts. Musa, take to the floor. Musa, take to the floor. Friends, time is not our friend, and yet we have 2 panels to go. I'm going to request us to allow me take you until 1:30. Until 1:30 for the next panel. And definitely subject of talk is quite related, and some of our hands will definitely reappear after this panel's discussion. Are we getting our priorities right when it comes to pricing education? Musa, over to you.
Thank you very much, Arthur. We'll start off with the second panel that will be mainly looking at issues of public financing of education. And it's basically a continuation of the discussion we have just had in the previous panel. To invite my panelists, I have Ms. Justin Makweta. She's a technical and monitoring officer, budget monitoring and accountability unit of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. You're most welcome. Then the other panelist is Ms. Elizabeth Mutumba. I hope I pronounced it correctly, because for us we pronounce it as Mutumba, but Principal Education Officer, Ministry of Education and Sports. She's an educationist from the Basic Education Department. Then the third panelist is Dr. Diana Atenya Humza. She's a law teacher at the School of Law, specializing in taxation and revenue law, and also the head clinical legal education public interest law clinic, a member of Makerere University Council, who was being welcomed by the Deputy Vice Chancellor in absentia, and had doctorate minor in fiscal policy and human rights. At the start, Professor Ambazira actually reminded us that there are a lot of coups on the continent. So I will try as much as possible to be democratic, because I saw people are interested in the discussion. Rest I'm overthrown even before I conclude my panel. Yes, so my panel is just to go straight into the discussion. Just and as I've indicated, is really a continuation of what we have been discussing. And I'll start with the Principal Education Officer from the Ministry of Education and Sports. From the time when government introduced UPE, which is in 1997, and eventually Universal Secondary Education in 2007, government introduced the provided capitation grant to replace the school fees which was being paid by parents. The question I have from you is there any framework or planning document that informs the allocation of the capitation grants? Is there any framework? Or because we see most times the capitation keeps on, it has kept on growing, or I should say increasing. So what informs the, is there any planning document that really informs to say, for instance, right now, government now has increased the amount to 20,000 for primary. Then I think around 53,000 for at the ordinary level. And mass around 8 or 7,000, can just confirm my figures for the A-level students. So what is guiding that? What guides the allocation of the capitation grants?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for that question. Like you've said, I'm Elizabeth Mutumba, Minister of Education and Sports, and you want me to address the August House, whether there is a document that is guiding the capitation grant to primary, secondary, and maybe other tertiary institutions. What I can say is that at the moment, we are using the manifesto.
Thank you very much. So that actually becomes very difficult to establish whether the allocation which is being allocated reflects the true cost that is required to meet the operation costs. Colleagues, as I've indicated, what I'm going to do for purposes of managing time, if I ask a question and you think you have any other additional question to ask, I'm going to allow one person to ask the panelist an additional question, such that it is interactive, and if we are to finish, we finish once, right? Yes. Ms. Mutumba, that means that actually the issue here is that the allocation which is being made does not really reflect whether it is the true cost that is required to maintain a learner at school.
I may say that at least we have instead realized the increase in enrollment. That means that the 20,000 can be in position to attain a learner at school. That's what I can say.
Okay. Anyone with any question to Ms. Mutumba? Also, maybe to inform you, we have district education officers in the audience, so I'll give them a chance also to say something.
Yeah, thank you so much, facilitators of this program. Would may have a question over this as you pose that question. Nalenga from Namaingo, a teacher of Kewa Primary School. As the question posed, where a document which analyzes the payments of capitation grants to UP and then use. And the answer was they were following the manifesto. Mine is of the two sections, as primary and secondary. How did the range of the payments of this money, 2023, reached? And of the sessions, primary and secondary, which one would benefit more money than the other? Because I see primary as being the foundation, which has a lot of issues to tackle. And when this manner was disseminated, we find the secondary taking the lion's share. How did they reach this criteria?
Ms. Mutumba?
Yeah, I appreciate and I'm aware that primary is the decentralized, is the foundation. But in the allocation, secondary took more. It took a lion's share. I don't know, because I'm not in the planning department, but that happened anyway. I have no answer to that, but it happened. Yeah.
The second and my last question I have to you right now, I'll come back. The head teacher from Bujira has asked a question regarding the issue of instructional materials.
Yeah.
When I was reading the ministerial policy statement for Ministry of Education and Sports, I found that in the last financial year 2022-2023, you procured 6 million textbooks for the new curriculum. And as part of those textbooks, you distributed them both to private and government schools. So my question to you, why should the government of Uganda procure textbooks and distribute them to all private schools, including schools which are charging 3 million, 4 million, 2 million, under the pretext that actually they are offering quality education for their children? Because I would understand that the essence of that high school fees is to enable them afford to buy textbook for each and every learner.
Thank you very much. That may be a very difficult question for me, because you have had my child, I'm a principal education officer. So it is the top management that makes most times the decisions, but not me. Yeah.
Anyone with any question to Miss Mutumba?
Mrs.
Oh, Mrs. Mutumba, sorry. I'll give a chance to him.
Thank you so much, Madam Mrs. Mutumba. Since you don't have answers, I'm not going to ask a question, but I'm going to give you some information that you'll take to your bosses. Because I'm a citizen and I'm a parent. One, government should not have excuses to their failures. Tell your bosses they should accept their failures, and they should, it's high time they start working with the NGOs to help them. Because with my little knowledge, I've been here for the past 5 years now. I work with TEQUIP in Kumi district, but I've noticed every time government fails, they try to cover up. When Madam Adekona spoke about one of the ministers owning schools, during COVID, I had some work in Mukono. It's a fact. The same way the government has failed to remove the Kavera issue, because most of the Kavera companies are owned by the government people, is the same way they are going to fail our education system. So it's high time they accept that they have failed and they pass over to the NGOs to support and help them. You can tell your bosses that. That's not to you, but to your bosses.
Noted, and I will submit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, the reason why actually I'm giving people in the audience a chance to say something, we will not have an opportunity for what? For plenary, because we are managing time. So, let me give that lady an opportunity. I'm trying to also to give opportunity to those ones who have not said anything. After her, Martin, I will come to you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Margaret Nakato, and I work with Katosi Women Development Trust, working in rural and fishing communities. I'm very happy we are discussing about what informs the amount of money that is granted to school through capitation. So we've been discussing about equity all in the morning, and I would like to ask the representative of the Commissioner of Basic Education, is there any policy that informs how much money should go into vulnerable and rural communities like fishing communities? We know all the problems we've been discussing in this meeting in the morning. They are magnified in fishing communities which are vulnerable, which lack most of the basic services, roads, water, infrastructure, health, everything. So what then, what is in the taking into consideration equity, and we are discussing about equity in education. What is it that you are doing to make sure that these vulnerable, marginalized communities can also be able to access equity in education? Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. I request maybe Martin can also raise his comment. No, he's here. Martin, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much, Musa. Mine will also be like the gentleman who was requesting you to address your bosses. That one, about the grants, as they are trying to come up with that figure of maybe 20,000, they should also benchmark and check on our neighbors, because Kenya gives twice that, spends twice that, Rwanda slightly higher than us. So we really need to compare notes before we proudly speak that we are East African country. We belong to the East African community. Then the other one is about, because since they are all grants, we kindly request that you address to your bosses that as we plan for the oil that is coming from Hoima, and they have told us that it is worth $2 trillion, we request that at least we slightly plan for a welfare state, because as Professor said, the last coup in Gabon that caused panic in all other countries like Cameroon, including even our neighbor Rwanda. It's because they have failed to come up with a welfare state to cater for the basic needs of what? Of the population. If you have that money and you plan well for at least to spend on education in primary for free and free for secondary, at least there you will what? Even your government will be safe. It won't be thrown out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mutumba, maybe you can address those. I request that because we have some district education officers in Bloom, and provision of education now is a shared responsibility, I think the district education officers may also need to come in and work together with the Ms. Mutumba on this, because he's your colleague, and respond to some of the issues which are being raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I begin with the one for my daughter Nakato. She stated about equity, and she also wants to know whether there is a policy that I'm going to discuss with the commissioner of how much money can go to marginalized communities like the fishing community. Yes, madam, that will be done. But basing on the policies we have at hand at the moment, that one has not been among them. But I'm going to table it to him, in that when it comes to top management, he will be in a position to table it there for discussion. Thank you. Then my son has talked of the grants and the benchmarking from the neighboring countries, maybe to find out how they reach, where they are. Again, that one has to be tabled. It's not a wake up from the bed and say, today we are going to benchmark. the top management again will be in position to discuss it. And lastly, you said that as the government is planning for oil, at least we need to plan for the welfare to cater for the basic needs for the citizens in the country. Yeah, you know what you have given me today is just to note and then submit for further discussion. I do it. Thank you very much. Because I don't have the powers though.
Thank you very much. After I request maybe the DO has something to say.
Thank you very much, moderator. I am Sir Sizichisto Julius, the District Education Officer of Uyugwe. I want to request you, sir, not to answer the questions which were asked to the Principal Education Officer, because they are of policy nature and she's in charge. But being that you have given me this chance, I just want to make a few comments. I may not get any other time to make these comments. The first one, we're on the cost of education. I want to inform members in this house that education is not expensive by say, and even the cost is not expensive. The tuition fee we are talking about is very small. The challenge we have are the hidden costs of education. The other things we add on, which they have been talking about, people want vehicles, they want to go for swimming pool and all that. Those are the things which are making education expensive in this country. The other issue is on the issue of now which we are having, is the issue of centralization versus decentralization. For us as a local government, we are getting a problem, on especially on the policies. I had somebody, I think it was Madam Angela, talking about the ministry to come up with the policies. I want to assure you that we have enough policies with us, enough communication from ministry. The challenge is enforcement of these policies. I'll give you an example. I think it was beginning of this year, there was a circular from ministry on the issue of charging, not schools to increase what? Fees. But as immediately the letter came out, schools increased the more. So the challenge is enforcing some of these policies or notices or guidelines from ministry. Who is supposed to enforce? When it comes to secondary schools, they are in between. The secondary schools are under local governments, the secondary schools are in the central. Now, if I'm in a local government as an education officer and a school increases fees, who is supposed to enforce that school not to increase fees? So we have to look at the issues of enforcement of some of these policies. We have them, but the challenge is enforcing. I want to give a way forward. One, education in this country is majorly, as we talk now, the majority is being handled by the private sector. You are aware that the government has very few schools compared to the private schools. I'll give you an example in my district. I have 73 primary schools, but I have 300 primary private schools. Now, if you leave the private sector to do what they want, and you know the majority takes it up, we are now being guided by the private sector. Indirectly, informally, what they do is what we follow as a government. So one forward way I want to give, let government take up more schools. So that if you have more schools, you'll have a say to control the education system. But you can't control where you don't have enough. The schools are very few, and then you are talking of government school, and we are following what the private sector is doing. If they buy a bus, even the children in the government need a bus. And therefore, we shall look for money to buy a bus also and copy what the private sector is doing. The other issue is on the issue of I think it was and the officer from National Planning Authority. I liked his discussion. He's right. But the challenge we have, he said we take choice, but we are creating classes in society. If you are going to say, I take a choice where I want to take my children because the other place they are higher, here they are doing this, here, are we helping our society to be the same as a society? Or we are leaving everybody, I think something has to be done. Lastly, in my submission, is we need more civic education on the issues of education. I think some people were talking about it here. Our parents don't know what's going on. You remember we are getting new parents every day, young and most of them are teenage mothers. They don't know what exactly is happening. So we don't have direction. So can we have something as civic education to our communities so that people come to know what are the ingredients of education? In order for somebody to come up as an educated person, what are the basics? Because we can't take all. Thank you very much. Great.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to the audience again. When the DO talked about the issue of the bus, it reminded me of many schools which collect money for the school bus for over 3 decades. Actually, you'll find someone and the bus is never bought. But to go to Ms. Justin, as the Minister of Finance unit responsible for budget monitoring, from your monitoring work, what have you established to be the priorities as we discuss issues of public financing of education? What should be the priorities that, as Minister of Finance, when you're releasing money for education, they should really take the center stage as far as public financing of education is concerned?
Thank you, Musa. As introduced, my name is Justine Makweta. I am a Technical Monitoring Officer with Budget Monitoring and Accountability Unit, and I specifically monitor the education sub-program. So to answer your question, Musa, is that the priorities of that Ministry of Finance takes are derived from the National Development Plan, that is NDP3, and we particularly follow the reviewed ones. During the midterm review, NPA came up with about 9 priorities. If you may allow me, some of them, the lady mentioned them, but one of them was to integrate the Taylor, establish the Taylor system, that is the e-inspection system in all schools, retooling of secondary schools, review the upper curriculum, and construction in both primary, secondary, and in TVET institutions. So it's upon those that the Ministry of Finance releases public funds to go and finance those priorities. So I can confidently say that to a large extent, the Ministry of Finance is financing the priorities of education. And we have seen tremendous achievements. If I may mention some of them as we monitor, very good one is that we had a completed project called Uganda Skills Development Project, which has been financing construction in Uganda Technical Colleges of Bukalasa, Lira, Elgon, and Bushenyi, and have become centers of excellence, which is in tandem with the priorities of NDP 3. And I can clearly say that we are on course to achieving the priorities of NDP in terms of education. Thank you.
The question that actually would remain is the issue of, yes, you talk about priorities, but when you compare, for instance, the various budget allocations, you realize that I'll just give you example figures. For example, if you look at the Appropriation Act, which was recently passed, for the audience, the Appropriation Act is the law that contains budget figures that will determine which government entity receives which amount of money. That is how I think I can break it. Yes. Now, when you look at that figure, and it is good we're talking about issues to do with the political administration vis-a-vis social services. In that allocation, you will find that, for instance, the Office of the President has about 260 billions. That is both recurrent and development expenditure. But recurrent expenditure alone is 241 billions. Now again, to my audience, recurrent expenditure simply means the money you used for the day-to-day operations, the salaries, and the like. Then you have, for example, when you look at State House actually, its budget, both the recurrent expenditure alone is 396 billions. Then development expenditure is 21. And for all my work that I've done following up the budget, there has never been a time when both the president vote, which is vote 001,
yes,
and State House vote 002, has not performed 100% release. Then all the money is released. Then also supplementary expenditures come in. So for a teacher who was recruited and now who was recruited to ensure that delivers education, and the government comes up with a new curriculum, and then there are no textbooks, is she really contented that actually Minister of Finance, you're considering the priorities when it comes to managing our budget?
Musa, you want me to sound political on the issues of State House, but really, you will excuse me, I don't want to go there. But the fact is, we have very high administrative costs across government. That one I want to accept. But I also want to really appreciate that in all these budget appropriations, education has the biggest budget appropriation. Let me give you an example. Last financial year, which is 2022-23, education has 18.6% of the national budget. Yes, and under the human capital development, education takes 45.5% as of 2022-23 of the budget. However, is that this budget is again highly decentralized, meaning most of the money goes to local governments. And why local governments is because local governments have very high labor intensity, paying salaries for teachers, meaning 90% of the local government budget again goes to wage and non-wage, and then only 10% goes to development. Now that already creates a gap that we are not building enough classrooms, and that's why we have stagnated at a classroom pupil ratio of 65:1 in a classroom. I appreciate the challenges, but despite all that, the ministry is trying to give money that is reasonable to the current economic situation to finance education priorities.
Thank you very much. Any question to, I'll pick him and the lady.
Thank you, Musa. My name is Aaron Tabaruka, and for emphasis, I come from Kanungu. I doubt whether there could be somebody who came from Kanungu to put an effort on this brick. But let me make my point. You helped me bring this conversation to life when you wanted to touch the 001, 002 budget votes. And because Prof. Mbazira had already touched it, and of course ran away with statements like saying, I hope my security is right. Yeah, for me, my security is tight. Prioritization of service delivery for our country starts with the leadership of this country accepting that they are not elected, for instance, to serve themselves. Madam, that is not a political statement. I think the most painful thing is to live at a time of this era. And I'm using the word era because you're telling me the cost of education at the era of development, the National Development Plan 3. You see, when you listen to something like National Development Plan 3, it's as if, for instance, this government started planning 5 years ago. Or it started planning in terms of the phases. It's not a reminder that this government has actually eaten up the 40 years of their vision. So if they were to achieve anything strategically, the vision is already or should be fulfilled. So we will contextualize our discussions if we only accept that our planning is gullible. Our planning, when I listen to Mr. Kasule, I'm sorry he is already out, so I shouldn't even be referring to him. Then you can know where our problem is. Our problem is in planning. If you have that gut, go back and tell everyone that those who actually developed our national development plans were gullible and were hypocrites. Because, for instance, you could see how easily Mr. Kasule would quickly agree with the commissioner at the education level that these things are contextually right, but of course statistically wrong, because you are all agreeing that a lot of the priority money is not going to the right thing. So when do we wake up and agree that in fact this is something we can do?
As you conclude?
Yeah, this is my panting shot. I think you need to agree with me that that is only until we become deliberate. If we are not deliberate, we are not going to acquire education, we are not going to develop this country. And I know it is a bit more painful. I am refusing to speak as somebody who comes from the village. All your conversations that you've had here are conversations that actually only apply to the scenario that you have in Kampala. It doesn't apply in any way to any person in Moroto. And therefore it also doesn't apply to any person in Kanungu. And when I listened to Bwana Dio, I just felt the pain how it is indeed to live in this era as a technocrat. Thank you.
This lady here, the last. Just 1 minute. Make a proposal or just ask your question straight away.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Chisache Doreen, and I'm an activist and a chemistry mathematics teacher as well. I work with FIDA Uganda. Well, my question goes to the planning officer. As a teacher of chemistry, it's so absurd that I do sit in a class, a PCM class, and I have only 3 girls out of maybe the 267 boys that I teach at Kawempe Muslim. Well, I would love you to explain how the budgeting process is gender responsive to help out the girls in the STEM fields. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll request Ms. Justin to respond, then we go to...
Okay, thank you very much. Just to put my title right, I am a technical monitoring officer. I am not a planning officer, meaning I do budget performance of the, I do monitor the performance of the budget. And for your information, I also come from a teacher background. That's why I'm a technical monitoring officer on education matters, because of my teacher background. Well, to respond to that is, one, we have issues we acknowledge. there are issues of inequality, especially having issues on girls taking up sciences. And one that comes from a background of attitude towards sciences as the female gender. But also, as a ministry, I know especially my unit, my head of unit, that is Mrs. Kakandi, together with the Equal Opportunities Commission, they do what they call gender responsive budgeting. And you have already seen the things going even up to Parliament. For your budget to be passed by Parliament, you should have got a certificate from Equal Opportunities Commission, together with BAMAU. So much as you may not, it may not be very visible, but there are issues under there that responded to gender and equity. How? For example, for gender, under sciences may not be, but under higher education, we give priority to female students doing sciences. If any female student applies under the Higher Education Students Financing Board, chances are higher that they will get compared to the male student. We are trying to promote the girls doing sciences. Under the SNE, that is special needs education, we've had a number of interventions that promote equity in that area, especially sciences. So it may not be very visible, but government is trying through gender and equity responsive budgeting under the Ministry of Finance and Equal Opportunities Commission.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Justin. Dr. Dan, as I come to you, we have on this question of public financing of education, because in most cases, government will say the resource envelope is limited, and the question we should really interrogate, and you being an academic, I would imagine you will not be afraid of saying what other people are calling politically inflammatory statements. But is it really a question of lack of resources or prioritization, as Aaron has put it? And if it is a question of lack of resources, how do we try to expand the resource envelope to be able to meet our demand for public goods? Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon, our participants. Good afternoon. Yes, my name once again is Diana Homuza. I teach law at the School of Law, Makerere University. And this topic has been listening in from the beginning. This topic is very personal. I wrote my PhD thesis in the subject of fiscal policy and human rights. And I specifically look at how tax incentives affect the financing of the right to basic education. That was my PhD thesis. I graduated last year. And the whole journey, even to the point of selecting that topic, was really personal. And I wanted, by way of preamble, to mention that when I was in school from 1990 to 2009, from about P1 to LDC, post-LDC, 2009. I'm a lawyer by profession. And for all those years, about 19 years, I think the highest amount of fees that I paid was 280,000. 280,000 is the highest school fees I paid in Uganda to be a lawyer. As Mr. Katerega, the student, was making a plea, I almost became emotional that in our years, the people who would walk to school long distances, their fathers drive them on a bicycle. I was in Weranyanji Primary. I was walking from Bushenyi to Weranyanji, I think it's about 7 kilometers. By that time, the people who would walk to school, carry entanda, lunch had an opportunity to study and be meaningful citizens in Uganda. So it hurts us as parents and citizens to ask ourselves individually if that kind of child in our Uganda of today still has an opportunity to study and make it to the spaces we are in. We can answer that questions in our hearts individually, or whether you can still study at 280. 280, I was buying a bed in high school because I had not been admitted on merit. The actual fees was 210. So they said for whoever was not admitted on merit, you buy your own bed. That's the 280. But we have killed our nation in such a way that even with the money we earn, you're spoiled of, you don't know what you're even doing to your children. So this is a very, very emotional discussion to me. I think that is why I sought out, when I was enrolling for PhD, to really study something that is close. I love education. I had always wanted to be a teacher. I ended up in law, and I'm teaching law. But I wanted to see how can we better basic education, knowing that that is the fundamental. And then I looked at the fiscal side, the public revenue side. How does it affect the realization of basic education? So the question that the moderator asks, is it a limited revenue envelope? Is it prioritization? Or is it, I would say it is both. The revenue envelope is limited, but also our priorities are mismatched. The issue of priorities, I wanted to answer it exactly how Professor Mbazira projected the concern here. Professor Mbazira has mentored me for the last 13 years, so I think it is understandable when our minds think alike. But the priorities are really mismatched. And I had the exact examples. The cost of expenditure on political offices, the cost of expenditure on duplication of agencies and roles. So if you looked through our budget, Ms. Justin from the Ministry of Finance has talked about the budget and how progressive it is, and the fact that the share of education still seems to be the highest. If you look at the budget wholesomely, you might actually believe that. So economists have said that, yes, the budget document should be the greatest mirror. They say that the budget, the national budget, is a document that shows the political priorities of the state, and that a budget is a mirror of society, a true reflection of state's priorities, stripped of any misleading ideologies. That is what the budget is. But when you look at just the budget allocations, you might be able to say, the priorities are there, but you have to look at them and compare them with, you have to look at the whole picture, not only that amount that seems, a percentage. So you have to then really critically think, if we are still the country that still runs the highest executive, we still spend the highest money on 80 or so ministers, decentralization has taken a lot of money, very not so useful districts and administration centers, very many agencies doing the same thing. I don't want to mention some here, some have been our partners, but there's so much that can still be done to really minimize wastage. So is there wastage? Definitely there is wastage. Are we prioritizing education? When you look at the budget statement, you can say yes, but the truth is that when you go into the nitty-gritties, we are not prioritizing education. Most of the money that is in the education budget is paying wages. It is not translating into quality education. When the keynote speaker was giving his address, I noticed that he kept saying, we have increased access. So the focus of that manifesto that Mrs. Mutumba has talked about, actually when you read the policy documents of Ministry of Education and National Planning Authority, when they're highlighting the policy framework of education, the NRM manifesto features as a policy document. So I was smiling when I heard her saying, yes, according to the NRM manifesto. So what was I saying? What was I saying? Yes.
Actually, conclude.
No, as I conclude, so the priorities are mismatched. But is there anything that can be done? Yes. Now, I have looked at several opportunities. We have to look for solutions that are sustainable to really enlarge our resource envelope. There's a saying here that I quoted, a quotation here, that education campaigners have spent many years focusing on getting a rising share of the budget to the education sector without paying keen attention to the broader issue of the resource envelope. And the most sustainable resource envelope here we're talking about is tax-based, because we know we can no longer rely on grants and debts. All those, we now know the challenges with World Bank threatening whatever they are threatening. We are all now going back to the drawing board saying, let us reduce the public expenditure by cutting salaries. So we can no longer only focus on a share of the budget which is already limited. And this scholar says that a 20% slice of a small pie is small. And the biggest gain will come from increasing the size of the pie rather than adding an extra percentage. So educationist policymakers should then stop focusing on how do we get a higher share of the budget, because the budget is already limited. But look at broadly, how can we increase the pie or the pizza or the resource envelope? So there are several proposals. I'll talk about two. We can seriously, as a country, look at how we can devise mechanisms to reduce wastage in the revenue collection, wastage in tax expenditure. And a lot has been said about that. We lose more than 7 trillion per year in unwarranted, unjustified, and strategic tax expenditure. Tax expenditure, we have tax incentives, tax exemptions, tax waivers, tax holidays, the government even pays tax for some entities. And when the government when the Ministry of Finance doesn't have money to pay that money that they guaranteed by agreement to pay, then they go to Parliament and say, now we need a what? A waiver. That is what is happening. So tax expenditure is one of the ways. In Ministry of Finance, that I don't know, maybe Justin can tell us where the tax expenditure governance framework has gone, but that was supposed to be a good tool to really address concretely the issue of dealing once and for all with the issue of wastage in tax expenditure. Because tax expenditure affects domestic revenue mobilization, and domestic revenue mobilization is what determines the size of our cake or bread or pie or pizza. Lastly, the proposal that I have that other countries have adopted is the issue of introducing earmarked taxes for education. Now, many people who are supposed to be paying tax here in Uganda don't pay tax. It is a common secret now. We all know that the richest people have ways through tax avoidance, tax planning, tax benefits of avoiding paying tax. So as we deal with tax expenditure and those other ways that lead to tax leakages, some scholars and experts have proposed introducing an education tax to be paid largely by the rich and wealthy. And it has worked. It's called an earmarked tax. There's also a technical word, but this is an extra tax. Maybe just if you're in implementation, you would explain technically how it would work. But it has worked in countries. I have examples here. Ghana has the Ghana Education Trust Fund, funded by 25% of VAT collection. So they say of all VAT collection, or you increase slightly VAT collection, but you target mainly the rich who are looking for ways of avoiding tax. Now they contribute to us, the poor, to really afford our basic needs. Nigeria has a tertiary education trust fund to which national companies contribute 2% of their net profit towards education. So that money is only collected, number one, from people who have capacity, and number two, it is earmarked. It is on top of their other contribution, but it is earmarked to education. The other countries include Brazil. Brazil has a fund for maintenance and development for basic education, partly financed by earmarking 15% of VAT revenues. China has the same. They levy an extra 3% on VAT for education and others. So that is another way in which we can actually increase the pie. So I think one of the proposals I would make concretely is that let us also think beyond, outside the box, and stop fighting and scrambling for the small pie. Each sector will say even health needs this, even education has, even us water, even the right to culture. But let us see how we sustainably and optimally increase the revenue basket so that we can have a bigger share of the pie. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diana. I will give only 2 persons. That is if you have not spoken. If you have spoken already, yeah, I will allow but 1 minute. That lady and he has spoken. Hey, teacher, you have had an opportunity. I request that you give us other people a chance.
Neyanziza nnyo ssebo munzikirize njogere mu lulimi lwensinga okweyagaliramu lwe luno lwenjogereramu. Okusooka byonna nze ndi ku ludda lw'ebyenjigiriza nga ntunuulidde bwedda ndi wano nga nsiriikiridde era nga mpanika naye nga simbadde sifunye mukisa ogwo. Naye njagala okutegeeza abooluganda bali mu lukiiko muno, mutunuulire ku masomero gaffe agali mu kyalo. Nze Nabisere Dorothy CA nga nkola n'ekitongole kya Aiza. Njagala obbategeeza obunaku n'embeera embi eri ku masomero ga gavumenti mu byalo. Abaana bangi olwaleero benyinza okubategeeza nti tebasobodde kusoma olw'akasente akali mu ssomero kubanga bala tebasobola. Naye kivudde ku ki nti minisitule yennyini etukoleza obubi obutali butono, eteeka akasente akatono ennyo mu byenjigiriza. N'oddira essomero ddamba lirimu abaana 700 n'oliwa miliyoni 3+. N'otunuulira ekyo ng'okivuddeko nti abaana bagenda kutandika mu butuufu watabaawo ssente nga bazadde beekuŋŋaanyizaamu kasente, tajja nakuba ssente zigula nnoni kubanga ssente bazeeta mu feeza ezi. Bw'otuuka mu secondary okaaba amaziga. Nina essomero ly'abaana 700 lwe Senior Secondary School lirina abaana 1,300. Abaana 50 gokka ge gakoze amasomo ago ag'ebyemikono agawaggulu. Kubanga gavumenti yateekamu enkola eno naye netusobola kuteekayo ssente wansi ziyamba bakulu b'amasomero ku nsonga eyo. Njagala bategeeza nti ebyenjigiriza tubitunuulire ddala ku muntu asookerayo ddala wansi nti n'abaana ba myaka 13 bafuna embuto. Lwaki? Bava mu masomero. Gavumenti etuyambe bw'ebanga erina kyeteeseteese nteekateeka ennungamu ng'ejja kutukwatirako ffe kunampola etegeeza ekyo. Naye ogamba nti buli mwana emuwadde siringi 2,000 mu gavumenti mu ggwanga lya leero. Kisoboka ekyo?
Tweyanziza nnyo maama.
Omusomesa gy'asomesa ali wansi, omusomesa ali Namagunga asobola okujja n'asomesa ebyuka CU. Ennyumba etonnya okuva ddi na ddi gavumenti etunula.
Tweyanziza
basebo ne bannyabo wabeewo enkola nga muplaninga nnyabo muplaningira nnyo ku masomero agali mu misoso gy'ebyalo okusingako ku Namagunga ne Buddo ne Kisubi. Mubawa ssente nnyingi, mubawa basomesa, ne mwerabira nti abantu abali wansi n'abasookerwako be bali obubi okusinga abaana bali Namagunga. Neyanziza neyanziza.
Thank you very much. I want to imagine that all my panelists have understood what she was saying. Thank you. Okay. God Bender, 1 minute.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to say that Doctor, you are not the only person who used to walk long distances. I used to walk 38 kilometers per day. And my colleague who is coming from Kanunga, I also come from Kagadi. We border DRC. But by the grace of God, we find ourselves here. And I feel pity that actually most of the people who are engaging here are a product of public schools. Apart from the professors, the vendors of this world, I mean, and I really feel bad. Yes, I feel bad that we are probably defining the quality education differently. I don't think that here are poor quality. Now, let me make now the point. I want to direct it to our colleague from the Ministry of Finance. I want to imagine that your monitoring is actually to ascertain the value for money. And I think your recommendation should always be the basis for better planning in the next financial year, or actually, if anything, to suggest a review of the National Development Plan, but also redirect the policy actions. And why? I'm giving just two scenarios. One, how do you talk about the teacher effectiveness when you are not talking about their welfare? A teacher in primary, let's take an example, every day, actually they spend 20,000 on meals. Right now, a kilogram of posho is 5,000. A kilogram of beans is the same amount of money. Now, you have not put, now if you just bought those ones, that's 10,000. 10,000. Now, put chako. Put simanyi buto. Put salt and so forth and so on. Now, the idea is, let me just finish that scenario. So, roughly we are counting that at least a teacher spends 20,000 just for food only. You have not talked about soap. But how much does this teacher earn at the end of the month? That's 600,000 a month. How much do they earn? Now, how is that guy going to be effective when he cannot even afford food? Leave alone, he also has children that are also going to school. As have not talked about their clothes, they have not talked. So how are you going to talk about this? So now you are monitoring, you are doing monitoring, and you have not actually done something about it. With due respect, I'm not saying that you are not doing a good job, but these are food for thought. If we are looking for money for value for money, is even that money that they are putting there actually valuable, or you are just putting just a cup of something in an ocean? So which shouldn't be actually, that's a wrong even prioritization itself. The last one, Bwana Moses, is the issue of...
God, we have run out of time.
Okay, just the last one. Because, of course, definitely when I traveled from Kagadi, really I didn't just come here to just enjoy sausages and go back. The other yes. Now the other issue I think for me, which I want us to be at a strategic level, can we define what we mean by quality? Because you will not have the quality specifically for private led, market led, and the quality for public schools. Where you have in the private led, just babies are going to school at 6. They return at 7 in the night with notes and homework. And then in private schools, in public schools, they go to school at 9. They are coming back at 5. And then you are subjecting them to the same UNEP. And you are talking about quality. Isn't that inequality? So when you are monitoring, what is it actually you monitor? Do you only monitor how much you are just putting, or actually at the end of the day, whether there is equal opportunities in this establishment? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Send up regards to the people of Kagadi when you get back. Colleagues, as I've indicated, these discussions are almost a continuation. So we have another discussion in the afternoon. Just it appears you had the highest number of questions, but as you come in, maybe the two issues you also have to address from your monitoring. what have you established as the appropriate capitation grant that should be allocated for UPE, for use, and use O level and A level. Then, since you also hand accountability, some of these schools actually have budgets which are in billions of money. I have never found an Auditor General's audit report on the financial statements of any school. Could you be having some of that information and share with us, such that we establish whether indeed that money which is being collected, both the tuition and the non-tuition, but also the grants which are allocated by government, are utilized appropriately? Thank you. I'll start with you, then I'll come to Ms. Mutumba. I think she did not have many questions. 1 minute, and then Dr. Diana, in that order.
Okay, thank you very much. To start with the last one, financial statements. Definitely, I don't work with the Office of the Auditor General, but I know that Office of the Auditor General, after the main audit, which begins at the end of each financial year, they do audit of schools, and so they handle them at the local level. You know that Office of the Auditor General has a Department of Local Authorities. So the Department of Local Authorities handles schools. And if you go to those regional offices, you will find that these have been a beneficiary of those reports. That's how I was able actually to learn of a ghost school in Butevo called Kanginima SS that was getting capitation. It was through the Office of the Auditor General report. On capitation, I become emotional talking about it, because when you calculate capitation, it means for primary, each child is rated at 85 shillings per day. Eh? No, I'm saying per day. 8 rate, the costing of capitation. 80 now, but the previous figure I had was 85 shillings per day, which is, and someone was talking about it. If I brought here stories of what I find in the field, I become also very emotional, because what is down there, no human being deserves it. Especially like the old woman said, the rural schools. Why the rural schools? Because the parents are unable to contribute the money, and at least the urban schools, the parents can contribute something. Then there is also a lot of politics, and also depends on the leadership. I have gone to Ntungam, I've gone to Bushenyi. Those people are contributing something. The parents, there is a lot of parental involvement compared to other areas. You can't do that in Kagadi, you can't do that in, which one is the one of the Prime Minister? Is Kakumiro. They told me anything you do that, because we're talking about school feeding, and said, what is the issue with school feeding? They say, the parents can pack food, but you can't say contribute money towards school feeding. Immediately the call we go to the Prime Minister, and the head teacher will be arrested. So depending on the area, so capitation is really low, and even if we said 50,000 for capitation per child, I don't think it is enough, because first of all, how do you maintain the buildings, the classrooms on 50,000, like NPS said? So I think that one, I may not give a figure, but NDP3 gives a figure that I have forgotten. But it needs a comprehensive study. On what we monitor, Gad was talking about teacher effectiveness and the plight of the teachers. It's also another story. For information, if you want to read our reports, you can go to the Ministry of Finance Ministry of Finance website. We have all the reports there, from getting issues from our monitoring activities. But I want to tell you that the teller, first of all, it seems to be even more effective in primary than in secondary. Why? Because primary teachers are used to daily attendance, while secondary teachers teach on timetable. Now, let me give you this. It may be a shocker. Do you know that even the increase of salaries for science teachers in secondary and primary, still the science teachers are the biggest dodgers? Do you know that? But they have increased their salaries. But they are the biggest what? Dodgers. They are the ones actually who are making the teller system to fail because they are not clocking in. They know the teller is going to report them. So they're deliberately not clocking in. And then they keep saying, you see, the system is failing. We don't, and it is in secondary schools, not primary schools. So we really sympathize with the plight, and we have in our reports brought in the issue of especially salary disparities. Sometimes you even go to a school and you find parents, teachers are taking porridge. And all you can do, you can share with them your per diem. Give them
Just
some
as you conclude.
Yes. So it's really a long story if I came here and talked about what is in education, but what I can say overall is that, of course, a lot happens. There is no money that is not enough. As the earlier speakers said, the economy is really, really constrained. We operate a cash budget, meaning that what URA collects is what finance gives to the MDAs. So, like, they even decide that let's first give education or security, depending on the agency. That is what, and this one I will not hide, that the economy is not doing well, and we still suffer from the shocks of COVID. It is spilling over. But as the Minister of Finance, at least with the new PSST, he has brought in new hope. And one thing he wants to deal with, I will not fear to say this, is the issue of supplementaries. And he has promised officers who bring supplementaries to lose their jobs. If you come presenting a supplementary for an MDA, he says you are going to lose the job. But of course, there is also political pressure, the executive orders. So how do you deal with that when you are an employee and especially appointed by the executive? So there are those, but as I think Minister of Finance, what we need to look at is now efficiency in managing what we send to the ministry. Efficiency, how is it, how even the capitation. There is a lot of inflating of enrollment numbers by the head teachers. So how do we manage that so that we efficiently use the resources that we push to the education sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justin, for that. Mrs. Elizabeth Mutumba.
Thank you very much, modulator. I thank the August House for being transparent to themselves and to God and to me by bringing up what they have just brought to my notes, and which I'm going to submit to Minister of Education and Sports, specifically to the Permanent Secretary. In the presentations for all people, I saw some bit of lamenting. I thought this conference is there or is conducted to help us see how to improve. I'm a teacher trainer, and usually when I go for supervision, I begin on the known, the good areas. Then after, I pin up the teacher. And not even pinning up, but clinically discuss the way forward. Therefore, let me now try to go through what this August House has. In 1 minute, it may not be enough. You give me at least 2. On the issue of my son saying government should accept the failures, I should say that as Minister of Education and Sports, basically the Basic Education Department, we are working with over 25 development partners. And I'm very happy that you are here today. Therefore, before we leave, I'm requesting you that we get a discussion to see how you are going to help the situation. My daughter, Mulongo Nakato, I'm requesting that you come up with a concept paper on how you want those fishing men and women to be helped. We have a skilling department in place, and I believe if you bring that concept, your area will be helped. Somebody talked about the benchmarking. Yes, we are benchmarking on different issues, and we are going to continue after my submission to the permanent secretary. And my brother, Bwanyadiyo, you said that let the government take up more schools. Yeah, I know he knows that I'm the one in charge of coding of primary schools in Uganda. Yes, we are doing a lot. So far as I'm speaking now, we have 22,000 schools to be coded. But at the same time, like I made a hint, we are working basing on NRA manifesto. One community school per parish. We are going to begin with that. Then after, there are some parishes which are so big, then we are going to address that as well. Then for civic education, I believe, Bwanadiyo, you are aware that we are touring the whole country on issues of community mobilization, both for education sector and the communities on their roles and responsibilities. It is unfortunate that we have not reached Buyikwe, but now that you show us that you are really hungry and thirsty for the same, I think we shall look at the work plan, because we are basing on the work plan. I believe we shall reach you. And at the same time, my sister from Buyikwe, when you said that government is giving peanut, yes, but at least that one is there. You talked about the linking schools. Yeah, linking schools. Bwanadiyo, you are aware there is a provision in the Ministry of Education and Sports, Basic Education Department, to work on that. But you have never come to us. Really, how can we know? May I call upon you, please, to be assertive and calm. That provision is there. We don't want our schools to leak. And I'm about to conclude. And as is on my neck, as I'm concluding, I'm requesting my sister from National Development Planning Authority to be near us, because several issues that bind us together have been mentioned, so that we really tackle them. And I have a conviction, and to lay your fears, the August House, if we are near each other and we can go to the extent of sleeping in the same room, the problems will be rectified for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Elizabeth Mutumba. Dr. Dana, do you have anything to share?
Yes. Omukyala maama ow'Ekayunga, mbadde njagala kuddamu kibuuzo kyo mu Luganda. Ne sorry ow'Ebuyikwe, erinnya ndyerabidde maama. Madamu Nabisere. Kati nkubyeko wano ekibbo nga ngezaako okulaga ekizibu kye tulina mu Uganda. Kino kyekibbo ekirina okulaga ensimbi. Ekibbo kye tuteekamu ensimbi zonna ezivaamu okutuukako ensimbi, ezituukwako okusoma kw'abantu aba Buyikwe ne districts endala eziteesobola. Kati nga tetunaba kugamba ku bizibu ebiri mu kusomesa oba okuyiga oba esente zetuspendinga nga government ku kusomesa, tulina okwogera ku kibbo kino. Wano ntaddewo ensimbi ezigenda mu kibbo. Kino kyekibbo government kyeterekamu ensimbi zonna zeefuna weziva tutandika okuweerera government ku Ministry of Education. Waliwo emisolo, waliwo obuyambi, waliwo n'amabanja. Katulina okukola ekisoboka kyonna tulabike nti emisolo erina okugenda mu kibbo egendamu. Tulina okulwanisa abantu abataagala kusasula misolo ng'ate balina okuba nga basasula. Kampuni ennene eziweebwa obudamo oba eziweebwa engeri yonna ne zisaasibwa okusasula omukulu emisolo ate nga naye zikola wano ne zikola amagoba mangi nnyo ne zigazaayo ewaabwe ne zibeera nga wano tezisasula ki musolo. Ebyo byonna bitaaganya sente ezigenda mu kibbo kino ezandibadde ziyamba okulabirira ebyenjigiriza. Naye ekibbo kirina n'ebituli, so nga gavumenti tulina okukola ku bituli kubanga esente ezimu zigendamu ne zitandika ate nga bw'obeera ne basket ng'erina ki ebituli, so esente zigendamu ezimu ne zibbibwa mu buyaake corruption, endala ne zibbibwa ne zibula spendinga esente z'omuwi w'omusolo ku bintu ebiteetaagisa. Gavumenti tugispendingako esente nyingi nnyo kati awo ekibbo kitandise okubeera nga kitonya. Excessive expenditure on government, corruption obuyaake, n'osanga nga mazima ministry enamba eya finance eyinako budget ey'okusasulira kampuni ezimu omusolo. Kampuni evudde ebweru nejja n'etandika wano naye ng'eyina endagaano ne gavumenti nti gavumenti ejja kugisasulira emisolo yaayo yonna okumala emyaka 25 mu Uganda muno. Ekibbo kitonya. So ne tubeera nga buli mwaka tuspendinga trillioni nga 8 okusasula bbanja naye ng'esente ze twewola era tuzikozesa ku birthday n'ebintu ebirala ebikwatagana ng'ebyo. So ekibbo tulina okulabika nga ebituli tubiziba bwe tubeera nga tujja kufuna esente ezimala okuweerera abaana baffe mu masomero. Neeyanziza nnyo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dana. I want to thank my panelists and the audience for the questions that have not been answered. Mrs. Elizabeth Mutumba here is my very good friend and I even know where she sits. So I will follow up, yes, to ensure that we get answers to those questions. It is us who have been actually between your lunch. So I want to release you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's appreciate the panels. Thank you so much, Musa. Thank you so much, panel. Thank you so much, participants. I want to guarantee you that we are already halfway our lunch. Stay seated. When I give you a signal to rise to go and get served, you will go and get served. Let's appreciate the panel once again. Chala Humza tweyanziza nnyo tweyanzeege. Ekibbo ekyo ekituli kyensinza okulabako kyekya birthday. Kubanga birthday twakalya birthday 3 n'ey'okunejja. Thank you so much. We stay seated until I give you the signal. as far as the cost of education is concerned in relation to the National Development Plan. We then ask the big question, are we getting our priorities right when it comes to costs in education? And one thing that came through, can we regulate? The question is, what does regulate mean? And we are glad that we have a panel that is going to probably provoke our thoughts in the area of regulation. And allow me to invite Joseph Byamuhangi, the coordinator of the Uganda Consortium on Corporate Accountability, who is going to moderate this panel. Joseph, you are welcome. Let's welcome Joseph, such that he does not feel lonely.
Thank you so much, Arthur. Good afternoon, colleagues. Is this the response we have after eating lunch? Good afternoon. Okay, this is more energetic. We are going to go into the final panel for the day, which will be looking at regulating the cost of education, and with a special focus on the role of the state. What should government do in regulating the cost of education? And joining me for the panel discussion is Commissioner Mtekanga from the Ministry of Education. Give him a round of applause as he's joining me. Commissioner, you're welcome to join us. Give him a round of applause, please. We have Arthur Nsereko from the Network of Public Interest Lawyers. And we have Miss Ruth Sechindi from the Uganda Human Rights Commission. Give her a round of applause as she joins us. You're welcome, Director Ruth Sechindi from the Uganda Human Rights Commission. So we are going to pick it up from the keynote address. All these panel discussions are really flowing from that. And the focus for this panel is regulating the cost of education. I think I need to turn and see my panelists. I'm going to start with Commissioner Mtekanga from the Ministry of Education and Sports to take us through what initiatives is the ministry coming up with in terms of regulating private provision of education in the country. And probably our audience would also love to understand the different types of education facilities we have. Is it public? Is it government grant aided? Is it private? And what you're doing in regulating the provision of education as a service. Over to you, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, class.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, teacher.
Good afternoon, class.
Good afternoon, teacher.
Once a teacher, and all the teachers here should be proud of me, because I was made up of a teacher, and therefore I can see one of the teachers is very excited. People forget when they come to this level that they forget they were once classroom teachers. And I'm proud of being one. Yeah, my name is George Mtekanga. I work with the Ministry of Education and Sports, and I'm happy to be here. And thank you very much for inviting us. Sorry I did not keep time. I was here by 2 o'clock, but if I had told everybody to be here by 2, you would have missed your lunch. So I'm very sorry for that. The question I'm sorry you have asked, you are trying to find out. I want also to welcome my fellow panelists. And I want to say that as the Ministry of Education and Sports, we have different types of schools, because it is very, very important to know about this. When you talk about the cost of education, it depends on which school you are talking about. We have pure private schools. We have private for profit. We have schools that are faith-based founded. We have public schools. And we have community schools. Now, these are different categories. So when you talk of education, we normally want to be clear. Which form of school are you talking about? Because ignorance is no defense. When you're ignorant about that, then you don't know. Number two, when we talk of, when you talk about the cost of education, again, it depends on some echo. Maybe one is on. When you talk about, hello? When you talk about the cost of education, in my case, it depends on where you have taken your child. In the schools that I've talked about. In the government schools, which we call government schools, which sometimes we refer to as UPE schools, the schools, their fees are regulated. And government gives tuition. Unfortunately, which is not, according to me, it's not enough. And the parents are supposed or are encouraged to support the school administrators to complete, to do the needful. And in such schools, parents contribute very, very important. You say you are relying on the UPE tuition, which is 46. My brother, I came with the head teacher here. Is it 46 now or 41? 52. Okay, 52. Yeah, I'm happy as even he told me. Now, 52,000. In Uganda, we say Chochizike. And you look at Chochizike for a whole term. Is it a term? According to me, it may not be enough, depending on where and who is using it. Two, when you talk of community schools or faith-based schools, where the church or the community of a local government has put up, we expect some parents to make some contributions. In some schools, you pay, we call it what, endobolo? What is endobolo in English? Tithe. On your fees you pay something to the church which started the school. It is not like a tax, but it's a form of a contribution, which is to me is positive. Now, when you go to pure private schools that are profit, now the demand and supply comes in. The location of school will determine. The type of teachers used will determine. I forgot to tell you that we even have international schools where even the curriculum changes, where children pay in dollars in Uganda. Yet we use the same market. So the variations in payments differ depending on where you wish to take your child. How are we doing the regulation? We are coming up with a private provision of private education and training policy. It is this policy that is going to help us to regulate and guide. As we guide, then we can be able to say, I think this is the ideal. Depending on the category. As we talk now, we have a draft policy, zero. We call it zero draft. We are going to carry out a regulatory impact assessment. And from the regulatory impact assessment, we shall be able to go for consultative meetings in various regions and sub-regions of this country. We have 20 sub-regions. And these 20 sub-regions, then we shall talk to the 15 stakeholders of education. Now, the 15 stakeholders will guide us on the way forward. Otherwise, for now, I hope that's the current status. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe you could list for us those 15 stakeholders of education before I can move to director.
Now, the 15 stakeholders include, the first one is the child. You cannot do anything without a child. When I talk of a child, is the learner, is the student, depending where you are. The second one is the parent. Who produces this child? Parent and guardians are number 2. We need to consult the parents. I know most of you here are parents. So if we have to do exaggeration in UP in school fees, we need to consult you. Now, the third stakeholder is the teacher, depending on the level. A teacher in primary and secondary, a tutor or instructor or lecturer. Now, that is the category. Number 4 is the head of a school. These schools are managed by head teachers, the principals, the rectors, depending on institution. But the head of institution is a category and should be counted. Number 5 are the governing councils. At each school level, we have a management committee. If it is a pre-primary, we have a center management committee. If it is a primary school, we have a school management committee. If it is a secondary school, we have a board of governors. If it is a higher institution of learning or tertiary institutions, we have a governing council. Now, these stakeholders are key stakeholders, and they should be consulted. Number 6 are the faith-based organizations, the foundation bodies, people who started the schools. I cannot come to your school and I begin giving instructions as ministry, yet the founder, the landlord, is around. Can I get feedback from the landlord? And today we are very strict. If you are to start a school, you must have a land title. If you don't have a land title, then you are not the owner of the school. You have had issues of land. I don't want to go into that detail. You cannot say I own a school. Now, the owner of Makerere is the landlord, in quotes. I know that one can cause a lot of problems now. But when we go to our schools, the landlord. Gone are the days of having a Ndagano, this Chivanja. You either have a lease title or a land title. Now, the other stakeholders are the local councils. Right from LC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. People are going to ask, who is 6? We are thinking of having a regional government in the future as a government. So the regional government will be LC 6. Those who have understood, they have understood. So when we go to the districts, we have the DEO, the inspectors of schools. When we go to municipals, we have municipal education officer, we have a municipal inspector of schools. And we have an educational committee at that level. Now, these committees should be members of stakeholders, both at the municipal and district level. We even have an educational secretary on the council. We have an educational secretary who is the chief executive. We have a chairperson of the educational committee. Those are key people in education. Now, the other category that we normally look at, which is very important, are the NGOs working with us, the CSOs. I've seen here ISA. Who is representing ISA today? Safina, where are you? Is she around? Angela, where are you? Can you stand up for recognition? Yeah, thank you, Angela. Now, I wanted to use that as an example. What you have been able to do to mobilize us is enough testimony that if I have to do any policy, I need to consult you. And your information and feedback is very key to me as government. I shouldn't assume that things are always good. No. Now, when we talk of the NGOs, we have CSOs, We have even education development partners, the EDPs. Now, all those people need to be consulted. Now, the other category, of course, are the area members of parliament, the parliamentarian group. We have an education committee. Whatever we do as government, we are asked. Just yesterday, I was being tasked. So many secondary schools in Uganda that have no functional boards of governors. Functional. They have the boards, but are the boards functional? Do they do what we expect? Because it is the role of the board to regulate, by the way. Because we are, the moment I appoint the board, the minister appoints the board. Now the board begins doing, it does the work on behalf of the government. On behalf of the minister, the appointing authority. Now, whatever the board takes as a decision, that's why we say the board can be sued, it can sue. And all the challenges we have in schools is because of the management, the boards of governance. And the moment they take a decision, now, the other category which is very, very important and which we don't normally talk at is the media. The media. Just last week, I was talking about school pay. God forbid, I don't know whether they are here. As I was talking about school pay, children should pay using mobile money, they shifted me to school fees. I said, they can distort positively or negatively. So we have decided to bring them in as the fourth estate. And we respect their views. Because they are listened to. Now, whatever is being done here is being done about to 100 people. But it can be seen. I'm sure even we are on YouTube. So everybody can see, even from America, from anywhere. And that's the purpose and the importance of media. The second last one, I think, is, of course, the ministries, MDS, ministries, departments, and agencies of government, and, of course, the government of Uganda, which is our role overall. Recently, we added in police and justice because of the verses, violence against children, what. There are so many issues to do with violence. So I hope I have captured the 15. How many were they? They are 15. Thank you very much. I hope I've passed the question.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And certainly of the 15, at least 7 of them should be here with us in the room.
7.
At least 7. We have the media, we have NGOs, we have teachers, we have parents, we have students. A student from Mengo SS is here with us, representing the students. Others are from the university. So of your 15 stakeholders, I'm certain at least we have 15.
So you have 7 out of 8. So that is below average.
But yeah, I'm going to move on to Director Ruth Sechindi. From what Commissioner has said, when it comes to private provision of education, we are looking at the market forces of demand and supply. But from where we sit, education is a human right. It's one of the social rights that are enlisted in our constitution under Article 30. So how best do we deal with this delicate balance? On one hand, we need to realize the right to education for all Ugandans. On the other hand, there are people that have invested in this sector, the education sector, and are seeking to make out the utmost profit. So as a national human rights institution, from where you sit, what guidance should we have going forward to see to it that we realize the right to education for all Ugandans?
Thank you. This is a very interesting topic and a topic that is very dear to my heart. As children, as students, our brothers and sisters start school on Monday, not so? The discussion that everyone is having is school fees. Can you imagine we're discussing school fees? Every man, to prove he's a man, even those who are not paying, are talking about school fees. Every woman whose children may be in kindergarten or even have not started
are talking about school fees because it's the in thing. We become relevant because we're talking about school fees. Should that be the case? Our constitution is very clear. Education is a human right. And government has a duty of care. It has obligations to respect, to protect, and fulfill. Government, through the ministry, has an obligation to make sure that every boy, child, and person in Uganda attains an education. And because of that, there are also variables that we have to measure them when we are looking at the regulation or those who are monitoring. The quality. Is it accessible? Is it acceptable? Is it available? What is the quality? And that is the $1 million question in this room. And because of that, the quality, the availability, the acceptability, we note that the school fees has been hiked. And that is why it's very easy to tell parents that because you need good quality for your children to ride horses and play piano and go swimming, you have to pay 4 million shillings, 2 million shillings. When my daughter was starting kindergarten, I was looking for a good school as a good parent. And my friend, the schools I was getting for kindergarten, and I'm talking about nursery, they were starting from 2 million shillings, my side of town. And I'm like, what, to sing ABC? And what? I said, no, this can't happen. So when we're talking about regulation, what is the quality that your child is getting and what is the quality that my child is getting? There's a time I was in Norway last year, and we were two Ugandans seated with some professors. I was teaching UC, a law school, 3rd years and 4th year. I hope some of my students are here. So I'm teaching the lawyers. And I looked at my class and I asked them, where are you coming from? And I am telling you, 99% were either coming from good schools or private schools. The question is, for a child who has to walk 20 kilometers to go to school, or a child who does not have that caliber of education, that opportunity that I got back in the days to get an education, but now can your child sit in a low class? Or can they sit in this room when even the quality of education at university is so high? How many gifted students do we have? And where are they? Can they afford despite the fact that they are poor? So when we're talking about regulation, it's not about, you know, when we always say privilege hates equality. When we are in positions of privilege, we forget that they're needy. Last week, I had visited an indigenous community called the Iks. Have you ever heard of them? The Iks are a tribe in Uganda. Ik, I-K. Yes. So I went all the way to Kabong. And they're at the border. They're bordering Uganda, Kenya, the Turkanas, they're the other side. So what about the schools? They said, well, we have a little school there. It has 3 teachers. The teachers are from this adult, I don't know, community, I've forgotten the name. And they only teach P1 to P3. To go to P4 to P7, you have to travel 28 kilometers. For you to access secondary, you have to go to Kabong, and that is 85 kilometers. Tell me. And then I asked, who is the highest educated? They said, they were all happy, our MP. And the MP had a relative who had happened to go to Mbale. And then I said, other than your MP, who else? They gave me 2 names, Priscilla and Alice. The whole community knows about Priscilla and Alice. I don't know who Alice is, but I learned that Alice is in S4. That is what we have. So when we're talking about regulation, can we start thinking beyond, because yes, before the 1980s, education was, government was providing education, but they opened the scope because of the need to private institutions, but we cannot leave the biggest chunk of a livelihood, of a right, to just private individuals, to make them determine. I know the regulations are there, but are they implemented? The oversight has to be, we must have a threshold beyond which certain classes or certain schools should not exceed. If you're a government-aided school, what is acceptable and what is not acceptable? When I was in Netherlands, and as Ugandans, we started talking about school fees. Our colleagues who are professors from universities looked at us in shock. They said, "You mean you pay school fees?" We said, "Yes, for primary to..." They're like, "No, it shouldn't be that way." So I was like, "Why?" They said, "For us, education is free. Unless you're super rich and you really have to take your child to a private school. But the education, the standard is the same across." So much so that the child who is in Nachenyi or the child who is in Buyukwe in my village will get the same education and the same quality of teachers as the child in Kabong, the child in Kampala parents, and the child in Lubiri Secondary. That way, I won't be compelled to carry my child from Kampala or from Nachenyi to Mbale. So we are all messed up. You find children in the park running, looking for quality education from Tumbara, from Mary Hill to, I don't know. You're like, what is this nonsense? We should be comfortable with our communities that the education that I'm getting from Nansana is the same education that someone in wherever, which is the upscale, Kololo is getting. And we should be able to take our children in community schools. Our communities should be able to provide quality education. And then we can talk about the regulation. But as long as we are still seeing children with suitcases and mattresses crisscrossing just to find the quality education, then what are we regulating? So we should think outside the box and see that when we talk about quality, availability, it is real. We're talking about accessibility of education. It is real and it applies to us. We need to protect the poor. When many of us are seated, maybe on the panel, maybe you didn't, but for us, we accessed an education. Your brain helped you get to the good schools, but also everyone was guaranteed. Maybe it was for a small portion of people. As the population is growing, how do we broaden the scope so that even the poor can access quality education? We have seen children with very good marks, but they can't go into government-aided schools because they still can't afford 2 million shillings. Is that what we want? So they end up losing out, and we are losing. I always say, in all these, when I talk about gifted children, you have heard of geniuses, huh? Where do these children go? In all these countries, they pick these children who have who are exceptionally intelligent to help grow the economy, to grow, to think. They become great scientists. Where do ours go in Uganda? Ministry of Education had talked about something to do some program for them. Do we even know? There was a man in Owino. So the traders were using him. They'll tell him 120 million times 3 times, the most difficult